Hello everyone and welcome back to AneurynPlays. My name is Aneurin and this is Kiko. And today is going to be our very first community hangout. Now, before we get into anything, before we do anything, obviously I want to welcome you all, say hello, how are you doing? And we're going to get to you all very soon, but I want to explain basically what's going on today. Because I know for a lot of people, if you're a fan of VTubers, or if you've been to a lot of streams, you'd know what this is. I think you probably understand what this is. This is going to be a just chatting stream for the most part, or if you're into the Japanese VTubers, a Zatsu stream. We're just going to hang out, we're just going to chat, we're going to talk about a few things. We might talk about stuff that's in the news, in gaming news. We might talk about stuff that we've been buying, what we've been playing recently, and just generally hang out. Like, that's the goal. The goal is just to hang out. But depending upon you guys, depending upon if we've got enough people in the chat that actually wants to do something, we may then move on and play a game together. We'll do a community game where we might play Mario Kart, we might play Jackbox is another one. That one's easy for people to drop in and out of. I think Mario Party with the marathon mode, we still haven't done a proper marathon with like lots of people, so we might do we could do Mario Party at some point in the future. And yeah, that's what we're going for. We're not coming into this saying we are playing games, but there's definitely going to be a possibility that at some point we might say, hey guys, do you fancy playing something? And you know, if you guys don't, that's cool too, you know? If you're like, no, I'm good with the chat, I'm good with the conversation, then we will just stick to the conversation. But that's basically what we're doing. It's not going to be, like I said, no guarantee that we'll play anything today. It is just a chatting stream. And with that one, hello, Kiko, hi.
Hi.
Hello.
How are you, everybody?
And, oh, sorry. What? No? Okay.
I thought something went weird with the sound. There was something happening, but now it's gone.
Oh, that might be, I don't know. Maybe that was me. I don't know. But yes. And, I guess now we chat. Let's talk. Let's, can I make this even more awkward than it already is? Let's think about that one.
I don't think it has to be awkward. It can be like any other start to the streams where you turn up, you say, hi, this is what I've been doing. How are you? What's going on?
Yeah.
And that's usually where we go.
I see that you know, folks in the chat have already jumped in today, which is really cool. I like it's so cool to see so many people here before the stream actually starts. And I mean, we've done stuff like we've done community days before, but they've been very different, you know. We've had the community race days in the past where we would dedicate it to playing Mario Kart, you know, where we would specifically say, today we are going to play Mario Kart, and that is what we played. And sometimes we get a lot of people showing up for that. Sometimes we've had a couple of times where it's been a case of like everyone's a no-show, and that's the reason why I wanted to try to find a new way of doing it, you know? Because if you've got a day set aside where you're just going to be playing Mario Kart, and then no one turns up, and like, it's not because, you know, people were being funny or anything like that. It's like literally just one of those days where everyone was busy, and it's happened twice. You're just kind of sitting there for like an hour just waiting for someone to arrive, and then no one does, and you're like, you know what, that's really awkward. All right, you know what, I'm just gonna end the stream right here. And you know, you don't get to do anything that day.
Turns up right as you stopped.
Exactly, yeah. I think that's happened twice as well.
That is actually how we acquired POW.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Oh no, it wasn't. No, POW would come that was the thing. POW had come the month before, but he was late. He couldn't join us. And then he arrived a month later to join us for Mario Kart, and he was literally the only one that turned up. And Yeah, unfortunately we had to cancel it, but we I very profusely apologized to Pau for that one.
Well, the thing that I remember happening was nobody turned up. He had literally just turned up, and he didn't really even have a chance to say anything in the chat or anything. We'd ended stream,
Yeah.
and because it went private, he then went to one of your community posts and just commented on there saying like, "Oh, hi, sorry I missed you for Mario Kart."
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And then you were like, "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." Then we got him on the Discord.
Yeah, yeah. Oh man.
Good
The
work.
thing is,
We'll
at the
play more
moment, we're in a bit of a weird situation when it comes to Mario Kart, because I know, like, Mario Kart has got like a 98% install base when it comes to Switch 2s. Like, pretty much everyone who bought a Switch 2 bought the bundle with Mario Kart. But the problem with that is like, there's still a lot of people that really don't like Mario Kart World. So even though they've got the game, they don't play it. And so it's always a concern for me. It's like, okay, if I was to do a Mario Kart day and we were to do Mario Kart World, how many people would actually bother turning up? Would it be better off if I played 8 Deluxe instead?
It's hard to say, but
Yeah.
as far as I'm aware, like Mario Kart World is being improved all the time.
Yes.
And I think that one of the other things is that there's some people were not willing to sort of let go, where say you still had that large portion of people who did buy a Switch 2 with Mario Kart World, and they go, okay, and they play the ever-loving heck out of it for like the first 2 days.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then you've seen everything nearly.
Yeah.
The multiplayer aspect of it was one of the only things that helped it sort of really limp on in the first few months. But it got samey quick.
It did.
People were desperate for those new updates. And I think we have been a little bit spoilt in recent years, that when you have a game like Mario Kart 8, which has been around for so long and had so much content added to it, free content as well as paid content, free-ish depending on whether or not you had like the Switch Online deluxe bundles, then a lot of people are like, well, I'm just going to go back and play that.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like what Tim always says about Civilization games. You know, the best Civilization is N-1. So, yeah, it is. It always will be. Because by the time you get to the... When you go from, like, Civilization 5 to Civilization 6, Civilization 5 has got so much content, and the price drops because the new one's out. So they're not looking to make many sales on that one, so they drop the price of the previous one quite often. But it's got the most content. And then when you get to the end of the 6th generation, it's probably got more content than 5 did at the end of its lifespan. So now 6 is the best. But because it's the end, 7 is already out, and 7 doesn't have a lot of content. 7 was really good in the sense that it's got a lot more new features and mechanics. The whole continuing to survive as a new civilization thing, I always thought that was really cool, so that people... Like, one of the biggest downsides of playing Civilization multiplayer, especially on stream, is that if someone's civilization gets taken over, they're out of the game. They just sitting around watching you play for hours, and that's not fun. But with Civilization 7, the whole thing of being able to continue on as another civilization is really interesting. It's a really cool mechanic, and I think it lends itself so that everyone can be a part of the game right up until the end. And I'm considering doing civilization streams at some point in the future, once it's reached a point where I feel comfortable saying, yeah, Civilization 7 is definitely worth buying. But it's true for pretty much every game, though, isn't it? Like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, it's got so much going for it. So many characters, so many racing stages. It's got a really good multiplayer. It's got a really good battle mode. And then when you go to World, and there's definitely a few things that people didn't like about World, and some things I'm gonna have to agree on. Like, I do miss being able to just do a 3-lap race, you know, without having to drive from one course to another. I wouldn't mind. I really wouldn't mind the whole driving from one course to another if I could still do 3 laps when I get to the course. But that doesn't seem to be the thing.
The main thing there is that they didn't present us with the choice.
Yeah,
and
that's the
one
problem.
of the biggest ways to please an audience is to give them choice.
Absolutely.
And on that choice, that brings me back to Mario Kart 8, which, anonymous right there. I wasn't ignoring you, mate. I agree that we've got that as a backup. We've got that to lean on at any point if we decide, well, do we have more people who have that as opposed to World, etc. But we were seeing that families were buying Mario Kart 8 all the way up until the launch of Mario Kart World on the Switch 2.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Because it is a game that has so much content, and the aforementioned free content as well, that for a lot of people it's like, well, I understand there's this brand new thing, but I have this.
Yeah.
Or I have access to this thing with all that stuff. And that's actually how I felt about Civilization 6. That when Civilization 7 was not only announced, but like then time went on and, oh look, it's getting time for a release date. I was sitting here going, well, I kind of like 6 though.
Yeah.
I just got here.
Yeah.
That's how it felt.
I did the same thing with all the way back when Civilization 2 released, you know? As that I hadn't I played a little bit of the first one. My friend had it on his Amiga. And I played a little bit. I thought it was pretty cool. We played a little bit of Settlers together, and I found when I got my first PC, oh sorry, it wasn't. It was a family PC. It was one of my father's. My father got this PC. It was the first PC we got that had a CD player in it, and he said you can buy one game each. So my sister bought Lego Island, it's got pretty good cult following these days. But I was a smart ass, and I bought a collection called the Total God Collection. And
of course you did.
Total God was Settlers 2, Civilization 2, and SimCity 2000. And it's like,
little shit.
if you're gonna be buying a game, if you're gonna be buying any games on PC back in the 90s, those are the 3 games you want. Like, it's not even messing around. Those are the 3 games you want. Those are all incredible games. And because it was the same price as just one game, because they'd been out for a little while at that point, he was like, yeah, that's fine. Because it was like £30. Same as just one game, but it's 3 games. And, like, he played the hell out of them, too. So, yeah. And,
okay, yeah, that's great.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's the right move, you know? It's like 3 games for the price of 1. And everyone can enjoy them.
Like dad games.
Yeah, exactly. I've always been a dad game sort of person. But, yeah. But, yeah, no, one of the things I was going to say about about Mario Kart 8 was, you saying that you've seen people all the way up to the release of the Switch 2 buying Mario Kart 8, even in the final weeks leading up to it. I've seen people going into EB Games buying a Switch 2 and Mario Kart 8. Like,
wow, okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
There's people who are literally buying the older game with a Switch 2. Which I thought to myself, just get the Mario Kart World. Yeah, obviously I'm not going to tell them what to buy, but I'm just thinking to myself, just get Mario Kart World. But clearly they know what they want. They want, you know, standard racing. They don't necessarily want the open world. I like the open world racing stuff. I wish there was more stuff to do. The world feels very empty. I went into this thinking, oh my goodness, they made Mario Kart Forza. But it's not. There's not enough things to do. There's not enough modes. There's not enough puzzles and challenges and things like that. If they completely littered the map with challenges like they do in Forza Horizon, this would be like the perfect game.
Yeah, and you could see they were thinking about it because as you drive around, there are some little challenges to do.
Yes, absolutely.
There's get from this strip of road to that as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Or weave through this, or somehow get up there. Figure it out.
Yeah.
And it is there, but there needed to be more.
I mean,
and that's what I mean about being spoiled.
It's what they say about Nintendo, though, in more recent years, isn't it? It's like, you can have fun, but not too much.
Yeah, it does feel a bit that way.
You're allowed to have fun. You can play our Mario Kart game and have fun, but not too much. Don't have too much fun.
Feed you the rest of the fun later.
Yeah, we will feed you fun on our time. Oh, I'm sorry, Nintendo. Kano is saying, one thing I do like about World is that it's fairly difficult and the NPCs in Free Roam have their own little lives. That is true, yeah. Seeing lots of different characters wandering around doing their own thing is pretty cool. Definitely. It's always fun to see stuff like that. I think, and like Kano said, I haven't played it in months. I think we played Mario Kart World when we first got our Switches, but as soon as we started getting other games to play, we stopped playing it. And that's kind of, that's kind of telling.
That's telling.
Considering we played Mario Kart, literally had a Mario Kart day once a month for years. And now we don't do that at all. That's kind of telling, isn't it? Like, I haven't even thought about it.
Mario Kart 8 was nearly the perfect Mario Kart.
Yeah.
And I think because people were begging for years and going like, oh, we need Mario Kart 9, and I kept going, well, no you don't, because this is kind of perfect. And then we'd suddenly get like new content for it, and I'd go,
yeah,
I didn't know I wanted this, but I'm happy about it.
And it's funny you should bring that up as well. It's like, everyone's saying, oh, we want Mario Kart 9. And then when Mario Kart 9 does release on Mario Kart World, everyone's going back to 8.
Yeah. Because that was the thing that I was concerned about, is that if Nintendo were going to really wow people with Mario Kart 9, and I was at first, they needed to do more than what they did.
Oh yeah, yeah,
they
I think
needed maybe not the same scale of Mario Kart 8, because I acknowledge that it was a game that came out.
Oh yeah.
Then it was a deluxe version, and then the deluxe version got more and more updates. I acknowledge that that's a thing. However, I think that for their new gimmick, they really needed to hit the ground with a lot more stuff than they did.
I agree.
That maybe they could have just put it in the oven a little bit longer. I don't know.
And that's the thing.
Because... Sorry, go on.
No, you finish. You finish. Sorry.
Well, I was going to say, it's because of multiple reasons why they couldn't push back the release of the Switch 2 any further. They had to go with what they had.
They had to go with it, yeah.
Can you believe releasing a Nintendo console without a Mario Kart?
Without a Mario Kart. That would be nuts.
Because they haven't gone without, I'm pretty sure, since... Actually, did Mario Kart Wii release at the time of the Wii come out?
Mario Kart Wii wasn't a launch title, but it did come out the same year.
Okay, so pretty close after.
Yeah. Because
obviously you had Mario Kart 64 with the Nintendo 64. There was Double Dash for the GameCube.
I don't think Double Dash was a launch title either.
That's what I was going to say. I don't think it was a launch either, but it followed suit after. It wasn't like a 2-3 year later thing.
No.
Like what happened... hold on. Speaking of cars.
Yeah, we're going to have to apologize for Kiko just a second, because she is in the front room of the house where, you know, I've talked about it a few times that the idiots like to go around the roundabout sideways. So she's like right next to where that is actually happening, unfortunately.
Yeah, and I get every dickhead with a hole in their muffler.
Maybe in future we'll pick a house that isn't on a roundabout on a main road.
I mean, look, I'm just going to just slowly build speed bumps all over this road.
Yeah, without them noticing.
If I do it gradually, then I'll never notice.
Without them even noticing, we'll just start gluing sand to the road and then shape it into a mound.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do it so slowly they don't even notice it's done until it's finished. Or we
But
do
yeah,
it
to
so
finish
quickly
my
it's there the next day.
But to finish my story just real quick,
Yeah,
is
go for
that at very least, after a certain point, people are always expecting Mario Kart to either follow very soon after launch or on launch, and that was certainly what was happening here.
Mm.
Here came Switch 2. It's just a better Switch, and anybody who thought it wasn't going to be one was out of their mind. But Mario Kart was a thing that everyone was really waiting for. They're going, oh my gosh, we're getting the new console with the new Mario Kart. This is going to be best ever. And then they were done in a week.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very true.
Yeah.
I think there's still lots of people that really do enjoy Mario Kart World. It was interesting to see people like Shortcat saying when Mario Kart World first came out that he absolutely hated it. And then over time, he's gradually changed to, actually, you know what? I really like this. I really like the new movement options. I like the whole doing wheelies thing. I like the whole wall riding thing. That's all really cool. It becomes more skillful. You know, it becomes one of those games that they always like to say, you know, it's easy to pick up, but it's difficult to master. And yeah, I think that is definitely one of those titles. I think the problem is that once you do include a lot of those mechanics that make something difficult to master, while I appreciate that, and obviously if you're someone who really loves Mario Kart and you play it over and over and over again, and it's going to be one of your highest, one of those games that you put the most hours into, you're really going to learn everything. But that makes a massive skill gap between people who play casually and people who are playing, full sweat mode, you know? And I feel like that does make it, it can make it fun for like a party situation where you've got a bunch of people that don't really know how to play Mario Kart. But if you've got that one person that knows how to play Mario Kart World, they're going to blitz every single time. And then it's going to get boring for everyone else because they can see from the start that they don't have a chance. And that is the same thing with streaming. You know? I don't spend my time practicing Mario Kart. So if someone comes along who is actually, you know, a professional player, we know that we're going to lose. And that can make it very difficult for people to want to come back. And I think we've seen that. Like, we used to have a lot of people come through for Mario Kart, but it was usually myself, Pau, and Tenny that were always at the top of the scoreboard. And people just stopped coming back. You know? I used to play a lot of Mario Kart 8, not so much with World. Munto, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Guys, Game Freak has been let out of the Pokemon basement to make a new IP. Yeah, I'd seen about that. It looks really interesting. I'm cautiously optimistic.
I have not seen this new IP.
Yeah, it's like, I don't want to say it's not really like, I was going to say it's like Monster Hunter. It's nothing like Monster Hunter. What am I on about? It's like a fantasy with, but there are lots of monsters and things. You know, it's still very much connected to the idea of, companion animals and stuff like that. From what I've seen, I think I've only seen like 1 or 2 trailers, so I can't say with any absolute certainty what it's going to be about. But it looks interesting. Beast of Reincarnation. That's the one. Yeah, that's what it's called.
Okay.
And Aaron's going to use 2 piles of sand to do it. Oh, no. Every single day, it's piles of sand. That's my analogy for everything. It's a pile of sand. Oh, good lord. I keep forgetting about that.
That means that people have been paying attention.
Yeah. At this point, they don't have much of a choice. Everyone's going to go to bed and just imagine piles of sand when they sleep.
If that makes it easy. Gosh dang it.
I know. The people around you just don't care.
I wasn't going to be able to catch that one. Or was it? They're interrupting me. Anyway, all I was gonna say is that if bars of sand is easier to fall asleep to than counting sheep, then that's a good thing.
Yeah, just stare at an egg timer. An old-fashioned egg timer.
A really big one.
Yeah. The sand is from the sands of time. Yeah.
What sands of time?
There's some sands of... Oh, yeah. Oh. Do we want to do that one? I think we might have to. So, if you didn't know, Ubisoft have actually... as I would like to call them, Poopysoft. I've been thinking for a while of starting up my own development studio, and, you know, they're called Ubisoft. I would call mine Weeby Hard. And,
I like that.
Ubisoft, Weeby Hard. Yeah. Oh my goodness, there's so many cards today. Good lord. Yeah, so Ubisoft have actually come out and confirmed that they have cancelled Sands of Time HD remaster. Remake, sorry. It's not a remaster, it's a remake. They have confirmed it is over, it is done, they are not going to make it. And everyone is furious. Myself
those
included.
who aren't furious are just disappointed.
Yeah. Hey OJ, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? I just hope that Game Freak's new game actually makes an impact this time, because basically everyone forgot about Little Town Hero. Little Town Hero wasn't very well marketed, to be fair. And I don't think...
I don't remember that one.
I think it also had some performance issues, if I remember correctly. I remember people saying, like, it's okay. It's nothing special. And that's the thing, is like...
Oh, I remember this now.
When you come out from doing something like Pokemon, maybe that's why Pokemon sucks these days. They're lowering everyone's expectations for when they release a game they want to make. Yeah, I don't know. I think when you come out from the shadow of the greatest, or I should say, the most profitable franchise of all time, you need to do something that's going to leave an impact. And I think Little Town Hero really didn't manage to do that. And, yeah, hopefully Beast of Reincarnation will do a lot better. I really hope so, because it looks really interesting. I want to find out more about it. And I think with more Pokemon-like franchises on the market these days, I think that... Oh, and there's just recently been a release of a... you know, like RPG Maker? Well, there's a Beast... I think it's called Beastmon Maker. And it
Go
just...
on.
It basically... It's an RPG Maker for making Pokemon games. So... You know, with the possibility of so many collecting, taming, battling RPGs on the market now, and the influx that we'll get from fan-made games thanks to the Beastmon Maker, whatever it's called, I think the Pokemon Company have got a lot of competition that they have to deal with. Pokemon Company, Nintendo, Game Freak. I'm going to say Pokemon Company as an umbrella term for everyone. Just want to clarify that one, because I'm so sick and tired of having this argument that Pokemon Company is just the people that deal with the money. Yeah, I know, but I'm calling them Pokemon Company because Pokemon Company is a it is a company that is run by the three different studios: Nintendo, Game Freak, and Creatures Inc. All of them have a little bit of influence in each other. So, yeah. I call it Pokemon Company just to say everyone involved. So, yeah, Pokemon Company, I think, need to rethink their strategy when it comes to releasing new Pokemon games. firstly, the games have to actually be good for a change. And secondly, the games that they do release need to still stick to what we want and what we like that is in the traditional Pokemon franchise, but also try to expand on it and grow it and turn it into something new. You can do both. It's a balancing act, but you can do both. It is possible. We see it every time with the Final Fantasy franchise. Now, admittedly, not a big fan of modern Final Fantasy, not a big fan of the action RPG style that they've gone for, but like when you see everything from Final Fantasy 1 all the way up to, let's say Final Fantasy 12, you can still see it's Final Fantasy. It's got the same DNA throughout all of the games. And I think even though they are so different from one another, so I think it is possible to do something with Pokemon that is different, but also similar enough that we can go, oh yeah, that's a Pokemon game.
The Pokemon Legends seemed to be one of the first sort of like, side games.
Yes.
Which had the potential to be their own mainline games.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Obviously Pokemon's had a lot of different side games. It worked really well, but they were also using formats that already existed and worked out really well. So take like the Dungeon series. Mystery Dungeon, that is.
Mystery Dungeon, absolutely.
They worked because Mystery Dungeon already existed. And then you had that effectively that crossover element.
Yeah, it was kind of like the way that that Musou games usually end up being. You've got Samurai Warriors, you've got Dynasty Warriors, and stuff like that. But then you've also got Hyrule Warriors. You've got I think there's a Naruto Warriors game, a Bleach Warriors game, stuff like that. There's different anime Warriors games. And Fire Emblem Warriors, that's another one. And I think that Mystery Dungeon is a really good format for that. Same as, to a certain extent, like Etrian Odyssey, I started playing Etrian Odyssey, the original one, the HD remaster, though, on Switch. I started playing that last night off stream. And one of the things which I noticed about it is, like, it's kind of generic, and that's fine. I think that's perfectly reasonable, that it is very generic compared to the games that would come later. One of the Etrian Odyssey games I really enjoyed was Nexus on the 3DS. And going back to the very, very first one, I was like, whoa, this is so different because it's so basic. It's also incredibly unforgiving, but that's besides the point. I think Etrian Odyssey, the dungeon crawling, map making mechanics of Etrian Odyssey would also make for a really good, template to build another game off of, something like a Pokemon. Could we do a Pokemon Odyssey? Could we do, I don't know. Well, see, because this is the other thing as well, Mystery Dungeon you mentioned.
Yeah.
There was an Etrian Mystery Dungeon.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, like, they did crossovers like that, where there was it was the Etrian Odyssey, kind of, I don't want to say gameplay, obviously it wasn't, it was the gameplay from Mystery Dungeon. But it was like the sort of setting. It was the setting of Etrian Odyssey. And I thought that was really cool. And, I don't know. I think that there are a lot of games that would definitely lend themselves to have a Pokemon coat of paint on them. I think that would be it.
Certainly what I would have liked to have seen Pokemon do is actually like what, not necessarily a Warriors game, but do like what the most recent Legend of Zeldas have been doing, where they have mentioned a specific period of time that happened, and then they've gone, well, let's go make a game that's in that period of time.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
we have seen in Pokemon that they have referenced certain events that happened in the past.
Yeah.
Well, go back and give me a game about that period of time or about that event.
Yeah, I
'Cause
agree.
they've even mentioned periods of time where people were at war
Yeah.
and they had Pokemon participating in those wars. Now, maybe it's going to be a bit too dark for, like, little Timmy and Joseph, but maybe then just put a higher, like, age rating on and say, like, look,
Yeah,
this is
absolutely.
for more mature fans of Pokemon, because how many of us grew up with Pokemon? You have adult fans.
Yep.
So maybe try catering and give us something new. It's
Well,
still set in the Pokemon world.
what you say there about giving us adult fans something. There was a recent Pokemon advert which was talking about adult fans specifically. The ad was specifically for adult fans. So, like, it mentioned people with bad backs. Like, I think it was a Pokemon Go ad, if I remember correctly. But yeah, it was saying,
Okay.
like, yeah, I know we got bad backs, but, we're all children at heart. And so they know that that's a big part of their audience, but they will not cater specifically to that audience. I feel they don't want to do that. I felt like Pokemon, what was it, the movie, the Detective Pikachu movie, I felt like that was definitely more aimed at older teens, young adult.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because there was some stuff that was going on in that movie, and like, I feel like there's a big difference between the movie and the game, because the game was still very, very cute. It was still very cartoony, but making it a live action movie definitely bumped up the. Well, I wouldn't necessarily say bumps up the age rating, but it definitely seems to be targeting a different audience in that regard. Also, hey Shiny, welcome to the stream. How you doing today, man?
OJ just said something very interesting there.
Pokemon has so many weird things. For example, why is there no voice acting? Why are the games not translated to Dutch, while the anime and manga are? And anime manga in Dutch basically never happens. Yeah, I completely agree with you on literally all of that. It really does feel, and like I made a joke about it earlier, saying that Pokemon Company, or not Pokemon Company, Game Freak are trying to lower the standards before they release a good game that they actually care about. It does feel like that though, doesn't it? Like, there's no reason. When you look at games that are on the Switch, and I've seen so many people argue that, oh, you can't make that comparison, it doesn't fit, that comparison's wrong. And it's like, well, no, it's not. It's perfect, actually. When you look at games like Xenoblade Chronicles 2, which we are currently playing, and Xenoblade Chronicles 3, and Xenoblade Chronicles X, and you look at those big, enormous, high-scale, lush worlds, just full of things and stuff to look at and stuff to discover, and monsters literally everywhere. Big monsters flying around the sky in cycles, different monsters coming out depending whether it's night and day, or whether the sea level is high enough or low enough, all that sort of stuff. And then you look at Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. I'm sorry, you're not doing it. It's not good enough. I'm not saying you can't enjoy it. I enjoyed Violet when I played it, but as soon as I finished Violet, I got to the end of the story and I put it down, and I wasn't getting that serotonin, dopamine hit from actually playing the game, and I was able to put it down and say to myself, okay, I've done that now. I never wanted to go back to it. I didn't feel like I needed to. I'd seen everything, a lot of it was broken, and I don't want to go back to it. I've got no reason to. And it kind of satisfied me in a way that makes me go, I'm okay with not buying any more Pokemon games. Now, for a time, I was thinking to myself, maybe I missed out on Sword and Shield. I don't feel that way anymore. I honestly,
I have never felt that way.
yeah, there's some things that made me go, yeah, that could have been a decent game. For me, my favorite Pokemon is and always probably will be Pokemon Platinum.
Yeah. For good reason.
Yeah. I think that was probably one of the most adult stories ever in the series. Like, Ruby and Sapphire has got some really good dark moments, but the philosophical concepts on display in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, the sort of ideas that they went with, stuff like the distortion world, creation of the universe, does God exist, all that sort of stuff. That's one of those things that just, okay, that's a lot to talk about. That's a lot to talk about.
That, yeah, it was one of those games where here is you. You just want to collect your little pins. You just want to do your thing, participate in the league, and take home your little pins to stick on your shirt.
Yeah.
And you get broiled up into this great big thing about God and the universe, and you're like, what on earth have I done here? I just want another stamp in my book, thanks.
Yeah.
And instead you were left to question so much and about, well, where do you go from this? What is fulfilling after that point?
I think with those, yeah, okay, so when it comes to games like Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, there's so much going on. It really makes you think about things. And this is something which I say for a lot of games. I think games do a lot more to teach you about yourself than they do teach you about the game, You could be playing Final Fantasy X, for example. You could be playing Fallout. Fallout's a great example of this. You could be playing probably GTA 5. And the decisions that you make, if you're willing to actually analyze your decisions, why did I pick that? Why did I think that was a good idea? You start to learn more about yourself, and through the process of playing those games, then you do learn about the world that you're in. There's a lot to be learned about Spira in Final Fantasy X, but how different moments throughout the story impact you will tell you a lot about yourself. And I think that if you're open to that, games can be a fantastic mirror for learning about yourself. And I think Pokemon Platinum, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum did do that. They did a really good job of that. But yeah, it kind of did leave it in a position of, how do we one-up this?
Yeah,
and
it does.
I think that their option to go, you know what, we're not going to one-up it. We're going to go to black and white, and it's going to be basically a reboot. It kind of was, at the end of the day, a reboot. It was a whole 150 new Pokemon, no reused Pokemon until you reached the National Dex. And it was a smaller story. I think that was the right move. I really do.
They also went a different direction in terms of that more mature story, which I could have given a lot more of a chance to the more I've thought about it.
Yeah, I want to go back to black.
Yeah, I'll one day go back to white and give it a proper playthrough again and stop whinging about the little things they took away.
Yeah.
Because I do maintain that Soul Silver and Heart Gold were great for letting you have a Pokemon follow you. That's just a nice little detail for the immersion.
Completely agree.
On that point, the story of Black and White, while not talking about the greater cosmos, is still taking a very mature approach. But well, let's look at the morality of what we're doing.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, and all of those Peter activists suddenly rear their heads. But it was that discussion that everybody chose to not talk about for the entirety of the Pokemon career at that time. And then suddenly it's well, should we be doing this?
Yeah.
Is this okay?
I think that's a really good point, definitely. Is that it takes it from the cosmic scale to the personal scale. So, whereas you were not necessarily arguing, but you were you had this argument, and I mean that in the platonic sense of the word argument. You had an argument in Pokemon Diamond, Pearl, Platinum about, creation. Where do we come from? The rights, to a certain extent, the rights of mankind to be able to forge their own destiny. And, can we control God? Do we have the right to change the world? And all of those stuff, all of those really deep, macro scale philosophical questions. But then you go to Black and White and it's deeply personal. Is it right to have Pokemon? Is it morally good to have Pokemon and have them fight and stuff like that? Is it just cockfights with superpowers? And that's a really good question to ask. I do think they kind of dropped the ball a little bit. And this is what Kiko is alluding to with the, Pokemon Soul Silver Heart Gold, allowing the Pokemon to travel with you. I feel like if you had had the allowance in Black and White for a Pokemon to follow behind you, the main characters would have a moral high ground over the enemies. Because the villains, despite the fact that they say we shouldn't be using Pokemon, they use Pokemon. And they always have their Pokemon in their Pokeballs. But imagine now if you could turn around and say, actually, I take my Pokemon out all the time. They run behind me. That would be huge. You'd be able to say, you guys are a bunch of hypocrites. You constantly saying you shouldn't be keeping Pokemon in Pokeballs, but yet, where are your Pokemon? They're in balls right now. Where are mine? Standing with me. That would have been a huge moment.
Or it could have even gone the other way. Say it's a thing that because they took it away, they could have had it go the other way where you're walking around the world, you're doing your thing, you're a Pokemon trainer or, contest winner, blah, blah, blah. And then you meet N and you meet this whole organization who are carrying on about how free the Pokemon. And look, they're not just our servants, they're our companions and they have them walking alongside. Wouldn't that be a moment if you have come out of a battle, you are back at home base or a Pokemon Center talking with one of the NPCs, and from that point in the game forward, you get the option. They say, you can now have a Pokemon walk alongside you.
Yeah, that would be really interesting, because probably a good idea to have good villains would have been then to say, no, actually the villains do have the moral high ground. That would have been a huge change. That would have been massive. Can you imagine that? That you were going around. That would make sense then to actively take Pokemon following you out of the game. Because then you could turn around and be like, oh, yeah, you've got a point. They always have their Pokemon out with them, maybe little sprites in the world, and you never see them use a Pokeball. That would be really interesting. That would definitely flip the script and make you feel like, oh, actually, that is a bit more personal. That is a moral quandary. Should I be using Pokeballs? These people are saying we shouldn't, and they aren't doing it, and it seems to be working out fine for them. It really puts you in that moral position. It makes it more deeply personal. Yeah, definitely.
I just feel like that was one of those things that could have just supported their story.
Yeah.
And as I say, look, I understand that on one hand it is just a personal nitpick but I liked that. Why did it go
I know.
away?
Ultimately, that's what it comes down to. I wish that we could just have Pokemon following behind us. That's simple.
Yet I immediately thought of a way how they could have made that a part of the next game.
Yep, definitely.
They could have integrated the idea of why you don't have it and then give you that option. I don't know.
I agree.
Feel free to hire me, Game Freak.
Or any of us, literally anyone who's in the chat right now, and us, Game Freak, come on. You need to be listening to someone, alright? Because the people who are currently in charge don't have a direction for Pokemon right now.
Hi, Marley.
So let me just catch up with chat a second.
Yeah, you got to go quite a fair way back up.
No, it's fine.
I've been reading it, but yeah.
Shiny was saying that they're cutting corners due to time pressure, and that's something which I see a lot of people talking about as well, is that they do cut corners due to time pressure, and I guess that is true, but ultimately, when you take a look at what Nintendo are producing, and you know full well, like everyone, this is the part which bothered me all the time, is everyone goes, oh, the Pokemon's bad because of Nintendo. No, that's not how that works. They've got like division of the Pokemon franchise amongst the three different groups, right? Pokemon Company as a whole basically looks after financial and overall direction of the franchise, right? So Pokemon Company doesn't necessarily have a direct influence on the games that are being made. Nintendo is a partial owner of Game Freak. This is true, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they have direct access to tell Game Freak what to do. That's not the case. That it just isn't true. From what we understand, they have like a 10% stake, and that's it. That's not that much. And they also have a 10% stake in Creatures Inc. as well. So the problem is that Pokemon Company are the ones that basically control the IP, the copyrights, the trademarks, to a certain extent. I'll explain why in a moment. Financials for the system as a whole, and the direction for Pokemon as a franchise. So they will, the people who are at the top at Pokemon Company will be like, we need to make a new game, or we need to make a new franchise. We're gonna do a new anime. Anonymous mentioned Horizons was really good. I actually haven't watched Horizons. I want to. I have been meaning to go and watch it, but I just haven't got around to it.
Pretty much the same.
Even though Pokemon Company have their say in a lot of those different elements, different parts of the Pokemon IP is split between the three different companies. Nintendo owns the copyright to the logos, right? And to certain individual mechanics throughout the game. That is why when there was the Pal World disagreement, it was Nintendo that was making a trademark dispute. And that is the reason why Nintendo didn't sue them for copyright. Because they don't own the copyright for the individual Pokemon. Game Freak and Creatures Inc. do.
Yet another one of those. There's a lot more to this than you thought.
There's a lot more to it than you think, and everything is like split between all three companies, so that no one company has the right to veto an entire game or an entire project, right? Having the rights to owning the copyright to all of the logos does give Nintendo a little bit of power, because they could turn around and say, you can't call your next game Pokemon. Which is a little bit, that gives them a bit of power. But one of the things that I want everyone to realize is that Nintendo do not have a majority stake in in Game Freak or in Creatures Inc. And they don't have a majority stake in Pokemon Company either. So they don't have the right or the ability to veto or force Game Freak to do something that they don't necessarily want to do. So when people say that the reason the Pokemon Violet and Scarlet was so poorly designed is because of Nintendo rushing them to release a game, that's not even remotely true. And one of the other things to take into consideration with that is, would Nintendo tolerate that? would Nintendo tolerate their name being on a game that is going to be a shitty release and speedrun putting games out yearly? Just look at the way that Nintendo operate. Forget about Pokemon, forget about Pokemon Company and all of those. Just look at the way Nintendo operate with their games. They are content to put out one Mario Kart game per console generation. From the Wii U to the Switch, there was one Mario Kart game. Mario Kart 8. It did get a deluxe update, it was re-released, but there was one Mario Kart game, Mario Kart 8. So do you think that Nintendo care about doing yearly franchises? Or do you think they prefer quality franchises that are going to be remembered for a long time, that people are going to keep coming back to over and over and over again? Because for the life of me, I cannot think of a single reason why Nintendo would want that. Why they would choose low quality, rapid fire releases over an actual good game that everyone is going to celebrate till the end of time. It doesn't fit their brand. It just doesn't. So yeah, there's definitely cutting corners due to time pressure, but I genuinely believe that time pressure is coming from the executive branch of Game Freak, and is probably coming from Pokemon Company, because you are taking consideration once again, yes, Pokemon Company is co-owned by the three companies involved, Nintendo, Game Freak, and Creatures Inc., but it is controlled. The current president and CEO of Pokemon Company is a Game Freak employee. Oh, he was. He was the CEO. Oh. He was the CEO, and he's been a director on a bunch of the games. He is an ex-Game Freak employee who is now in charge of Pokemon as a whole.
Oh, wow, okay.
So you take that into consideration, that it is not necessarily Nintendo's perspective that is being issued when people are saying, oh, we need yearly Pokemon games. That is a Game Freak executive's decision. So think about that one. Pokemon is the one video game where the anime is as big as the game series. That is absolutely true. Pokemon Pokemon as a franchise is so much bigger than the games, and I think that is the reason why they can afford to half-ass the games, because they don't make as much money on the games as they do on everything else. The trading card game is bringing them in billions.
Oh yeah. There's the card game, there's the multiple different shows and formats.
And don't forget all the toys.
Yeah, like, just think of the Pokemon Center. And the kind of printing money situation that one is. Then all of the licensed merchandise that gets sold in all these other avenues.
Yeah, completely agree. Completely agree. I think, and that's one of the other things to take into consideration, is that Pokemon Centers, not every Pokemon Center sells Pokemon games.
No, they don't.
Pokemon Centers tend to sell, like, other periphery elements. So, like, board games, plushies, toys,
whatever the seasonal
collectibles.
Pikachu is.
Seasonal Pikachus, yeah. But they will sell Pokemon games when they first release. But not all of them maintain a stock. Most of the Legends ZA reviews call it the best Pokemon game we've received so long. That's bias. Comparing Pokemon game to just Pokemon game is bias. I would agree with that. Yeah, I think that's true.
Followed by should have stayed in 2D.
Should have stayed in 2D. Do you know, if they were to turn around and release a new Pokemon in 2D, a new 2D Pokemon game, I would be there day one. No, I would. I absolutely would. Because I know it's not going to have performance issues.
Okay. Because there was that weird remake of Diamond and Pearl.
I don't count that one as 2D.
Yeah,
I refuse to count that as
thing is,
2D.
the gameplay and the format is still the same, but then they're 3D and they're swished.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people did enjoy those, and I got to watch one of my favorite VTubers just spend a week worth of streams in the underground, and I was like, okay, fair, I understand.
Yeah.
But I couldn't with that one.
Oh yeah, no, same. I agree. Okay, let me once again catch up with chat. James McCracken,
Yeah,
welcome to the stream. Marley, welcome to the stream. Tingles, welcome to the stream. Oh, sorry, not Tingles. Tails. I thought Tingle was here. Tails, welcome to the stream.
Tingles?
Sorry?
Oh, God. I thought I missed Tingles when you said that. Like,
yeah,
wait,
no, it's Tails.
Too?
My bad. Hey, welcome to the stream, guys. How are you guys doing today? At the moment, we're chatting about Pokemon and our opinions on Pokemon and some of the frustrations that we have with the series as a whole right now. And, you know, it's one of those things that I like to say all the time is that at the end of the day, it's very easy to criticize something, but how do you think we could improve it? You know, that's the other side of it. I think we've all played enough Pokemon games to know what we like and what we dislike. So I think it's a fair thing to turn around and say, like, okay, so it's easy to criticize, can we create? What would we do as an improvement to the Pokemon series? That's up to you. That's up to you, Kiko, as well.
I know. I'm thinking.
Oh, she's thinking. Oh my goodness. Okay. OJ apparently lost his which one was that
Pokemon
one?
Black.
Was it Pokemon? Oh, it was Pokemon Black. Yeah, turn your DS off when you're at the final boss and save file corrupted. That is so bad. Ah, that's nasty, man. Oh, that's awful.
Parents, why? It's a clamshell.
It's a clamshell. You don't have to turn the damn thing off. Stop. That's so suck. That sucks so bad.
I'm so sorry.
The story of Black and White is really good. This is the thing, is that things about Black and White that I really liked was the fact that there wasn't a single rival. It was you and a group of friends going on an adventure, and I thought that was really well done. Like, you split up and you go different ways, and then you come back together, and it wasn't a direct, oh man, I hate you, and I've got the Pokemon I stole the other Pokemon in the case of Pokemon Silver, you know? Silver was edgy as hell.
Yeah.
I like just the idea of a couple of friends going on an adventure together. In Black and White, it was like 5 friends going on an adventure, and that was really cool.
No. It was X and Y they did as 5 friends. I think it was only like 2 or 3.
Oh, you're right. Sorry. You're right. Absolutely right. Sorry, I did get those.
I was going to bring that up. There was an element I liked.
Yeah, in X and Y, I really like that. The group of friends going together. The reason it confused me is because Pokemon X and Y, the Pokemon are 3D models, but the characters are sprites. So, yeah, that confused me. I thought that was the first... For some reason, my brain said Pokemon X and Y are the first 3D games. That's not strictly true. No, Black and White was 3, wasn't it? It was Bianca, Charon, and the player. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would have to look it up.
But I did like, one of the things I really liked about Pokemon Black and White was the fact that it's based on New York. And like the main city, it was just so full of people just constantly walking around. I thought, when I saw that, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this feels like a real city. I really liked that. I thought it was really well presented. Pokemon, I don't know why I stopped playing it. Maybe it was the lack of recognizable Pokemon, because it was all brand new Pokemon. Maybe that was the reason. I'm not sure. But, yeah, I stopped playing Black, and I didn't enjoy it as much. And I regret that now. I want to go back and replay it. I guess it's also, you know, coming off the back of Platinum. It's very difficult to appreciate anything coming off the back of Platinum.
I remember trying to play White for a little bit longer after you had stopped, But
Yeah.
what happened to me was pretty much what happened with like the same 3 games of Pokemon which I put down, which was life just happened, and I just couldn't
that's
keep
true.
up with it.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
It was Pokemon White.
Yep.
Pokemon White 2 doesn't really count because I literally only started that game and got to like the first Pokemon Center just so I could download like all the event Pokemon.
Yeah, we bought Black and White. I don't think I've ever turned Black and White. Sorry, we bought Black and White 2. I don't think I've ever turned Black 2 on.
Yeah, whereas I turned it on purely just for the Pokemon collecting, and then I gave up on that too.
Yeah.
Because as I said, real world things happened. Pokemon Y was absolutely a situation of I was enjoying it. I felt it was a little bit easy, but I was enjoying the story and that whole, as you said, like the friends adventuring together, and like you would meet up with different NPCs as a group and learn about something and then discuss things. I really liked that.
Yeah.
And then
I
just,
agree.
things happened, and when I wanted to go back to it, I have no idea what was happening. And I didn't feel good about restarting, so that happened.
I always really feel bad about restarting a Pokemon game because it's like you're deleting all your friends.
Yeah, that's how it feels.
That's so brutal.
What was I going to say? Oh, the other game I put down was Pokemon Sun. And that, while absolutely inspired by the life is too much right now and I have to focus on it.
Yeah.
What then happened was I didn't go back to it because I just didn't like it. I thought Sun was so boring. And I didn't touch Pokemon game until Scarlet and Violet came out.
Yeah, I didn't really enjoy Moon. I started playing it. It was fine. But I liked some of the new additions, the changes, like the Z moves. I thought that was really cool. I liked the change to Pokemon gyms. I thought that was really interesting. I just kind of felt like everything else about it was so boring right up until the end. Like,
oh wow, did you finish Moon?
Yeah. No,
Oh,
I
wow.
didn't finish it. It was getting good, and I'm like, oh my goodness, this is actually getting enjoyable again. I need to sit down and find time to play this properly. And I never did. I ended up not going back to it. I think I just had bad feelings because the rest of it was so boring.
And I think that's mostly it, but it was because, pardon me, because my life is so busy that's just the long and short of it, everybody. I have a super busy life, and I don't have a lot of free time.
I mean, we both did at the time.
Yeah.
We were both working in the same store.
And that's the thing, is that when a game was dull, I didn't want to spend what little free time I had on it. So when I did have the free time to sort of like go back and like, oh, I can pick up this game, I can play a little bit every day, or I can play on weekends, I just didn't care. I just thought I would rather go back and play Pearl at this point.
Yeah, I agree.
Or like, what other game could I have at the time? It could have been Fire Emblem I was playing at the time, or anything. Honestly, I don't remember what else was actually out during that period of time, but that's just simply how it went. It's just like, sorry.
Yeah.
I have to pick and choose based on what's actually making me happy.
Oh yeah, absolutely. At the end of the day, you can't be dedicated to a franchise. I mean, you can if the franchise is consistently good, but you shouldn't be buying games that you're not going to enjoy, especially in the current economy. It's just not worth it. You can't buy something with the hopes that maybe they'll fix it this time. It just doesn't work that way.
Well, that Scarlet was my last hurrah for that, really. That was me giving them that chance of, okay, alright, let's see.
Yeah.
Because I once again, I had absolutely no interest.
I'm gonna have to agree with Shiny here. Like, I'm still reading through the chat, but I completely agree with Shiny. I think a 2D Pokemon game would be the best move. I really do. And I agree. I'm a big fan of sprites, right? I'm a sprite artist myself. And I love the sprite work in the Pokemon games that predate X and Y. especially when they started to animate them, and they really seemed to, glow up with that. One of the things that I'll say, though, is I don't even think it needs to be sprites. Not like in the traditional low pixel density sprites. If it was a hand-drawn game, I'd be okay with that too. I really would. There's so many great examples of hand-drawn RPGs now. RPGs that are
absolutely.
2D, that utilize hand-drawn, cartoony-looking, anime-looking sprites. And there's a game coming out soon that's a really good example of that, which is called... What was it called?
You'd have to tell me. There's so many.
The pink and blue guys.
Orbitus, isn't it?
Orbitals.
So
Yeah.
Orbitals, that's it.
Yeah. Orbitals is like an adventure game and an on-rail shooter. It's got on-rail shooter segments and stuff like that. All hand-drawn. Some of it looks like it could be 3D animation that's been made to look hand-drawn, and I completely understand why they would do that, but a lot of it looks hand-drawn. And it looks fantastic.
The models during like the on-rail shooter sections especially, they look like it's had like the Dragon Ball Z Budokai blah 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 treatment, where it's a model but it's got that 2D cell shaded like skin on it. Yeah.
And yeah, that's another example. Like when you look at stuff like Fire Emblem, and when you look at the Dragon Ball Z fighting games, and you're like, this looks really good now. It looks like you're playing an anime. There's no reason why we couldn't have a Pokemon game that looked like the anime. Zero reason.
We technically do, but it's on mobile.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah.
Because those are 3D models that are moving around and talking to you. And I'll have to double check, because somebody further up in the chat, I'll have to check who it was saying, like, how do we not have voice acting in Pokemon games yet? And I thought, wait, didn't they
cut
do
corners.
voice acting in that?
Cut corners. That's it.
Yeah. The Pokemon Masters EX, I think.
Yes, Pokemon Masters X. Yes.
Yep, the one that everyone clowned on when it was first announced. Yes,
they definitely did not pay attention to what that looks like when you write it all together. Pokemon Masters X. Yeah.
They didn't even have a first Pokemon Masters game yet. It's like, where's this EX come from?
It's like Kingdom Hearts was the other one. I can't remember what it was called. Kingdom Hearts Unlimited X or something like that. It said cucks.
Oh no.
And it was just like, really, guys? Did you think about that one for a second? Did you really think about that? Kingdom Hearts
it's Pen
UX.
Island all over again.
Yeah. Yeah, Pen Island. Yeah. Penis Land. Yeah. But no, I'm totally back. I'm totally down for a 2D game. Genuinely, if Pokemon were to turn around and go, you know what, we're going back to our roots. We're going to do 2D games. It's going to be a 2D top-down RPG with hand-drawn sprites. It's going to look like you were playing the anime.
And they learn to code.
And they actually learn to code. I take my money. I'll be there day one. I'll be there day one to support it. Whether it's a good game or it's a bad game, I'll be there to support it because that's a direction that I think is the right direction. So I want them to know this is the right direction. This is what you should be doing, in my opinion. Now, whether or not you buy games is up to you. But do understand that when you do buy games, you are voting with your wallet. So every time Game Freak put out a half-assed game that they spent about 6 months working on, admittedly, it's 6 months of work over the course of 2 or 3 years, then you are, I'm not saying you should in like a moral sense, but you are choosing to support a game and telling the the developers will buy it
And
anyway.
the publishers.
And the publishers, of course. True, yes. You're telling them, we don't care if you give us the best game ever or just shit out something over the weekend. We'll pay for it. And that's a terrible thing to tell them, because they will do bare minimum. Just look at the Assassin's Creed series. Look at the FIFA series. Every single year, a new FIFA game releases, and since 2017, the only thing that they've been doing is doing slight adjustments to the resolution and changing the team roster. You could do that with a patch. And they do that with a patch. It's called the Legacy Edition. Like, they're not even hiding it. And yet people will spend $100 every single year on the latest FIFA. And so many times, there was recently one, I think it was FIFA 2021. Someone did data mining in 2021. And they found images and stuff from 2018. Like, the actual images that were being displayed, like advertisements around the edge of the football field, they were the exact same ones from FIFA 2018. Like, they weren't even, they hadn't edited them, they hadn't updated them, they were the same pictures. There was all kinds of stuff that is being discovered that they just aren't remaking those games. They just, yeah, doing what they do. It's frustrating. And that's one of the things that we need to be better at as consumers. We need to be smarter. We need to be more willing to say, I'm not buying that. But at the same time, and I think this is vitally important, I think at the exact same time, when a company does something that we do want them to do, we need to show them support. It doesn't work to just be negative reinforcement. It needs positive reinforcement as well. So if a company does something and you don't like it and you're like, I hate this, I'm not supporting that anymore, and then they do something that you do want to do, you can't turn around and say too little too late. Because then they'll just go back to doing the bad thing. And I don't want Pokemon to stop being made. I mean, Tails made a joke earlier about how do we improve Pokemon? Easy, stop making them.
Yeah.
And at this point in time, I would agree. But I do think you can still improve Pokemon. Sorry?
I said take a spell, like, just stop for
take a couple of years, figure out what the audience want, and then do something great. Bring Pokemon back.
I mean, that said, as we're... Gosh dang it, truck. As we're saying about how, unfortunately, you're going to have a lot of people who, it doesn't matter, it says Pokemon on it, therefore they will buy it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That makes it hard to figure out which audience to listen to.
It does.
Because ultimately, like, Pokemon Company have no reason to do anything different.
Mm.
They have absolutely zero reason to do anything different at this point.
Yeah, every time they do something, they make money. It doesn't matter.
Which, as we've pointed out, they've got so many other pies to shove their finger in that they'll make money anywhere.
I see shiny. I would pay any money to ride on Solgaleo's back. It's like, I see where you're coming from. That Solgaleo is a pretty cool Pokemon. Yeah. Oshawott is great, especially in the anime. Unfortunately, if you choose Oshawott in the game, you get the Fire Monkey, which is the worst of the three monkeys.
That was me.
Yeah, I always go with the grass starter. It doesn't matter what. I always pick grass.
Well, the funny story about the Oshawott, is because we were playing Pokemon with our friend Ritterwolf at the time.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
And the three of us went to our local game store and pre-ordered the game and picked up the game all together because we were all playing together.
Yeah.
And while there's obviously only 2 versions, there's still 3 starters, so it was sort of like an unofficial little like agreement that we would all pick a different starter.
Yep.
And before we left the store, they said they were taking the grass and the fire starters, so I was like, okay, I guess I have the tiny little snowman order.
Yeah.
And then I grew to love him.
Ritterwolf took
great.
Tepig, and he called him Bacon.
Yeah, he did. you just chase him with a barbecue.
Yeah. That was the one. Thank you, Anonymous. Yeah, at Kingdom Hearts Union Cross. Cuck. Well done, guys.
Oh, no.
Well done, guys.
Oh, no.
That's exactly why I can't support Scarlet and Violet despite its ambition. To be honest, I got into Pokemon because of the anime. The only games I played are Platinum and ZA. ZA was alright, but Platinum was amazing. I will play Soul Silver. I recommend Soul Silver.
I absolutely...
You know, let's do the right thing by them. You know, give them credit where it's due. Pokemon Soul Silver, Pokemon Platinum, fantastic games. Black and White, great games. Black and White 2 as well. I would say that some people would probably enjoy Sun and Moon. Like Shiny said, amazing legendaries in Sun and Moon, genuinely. I love the Tapus. The Tapus are great as well. Oh my goodness, there's a fair few sirens going on outside. I sure do hope it wasn't one of those people going around the roundabout. What else is there?
The only thing I wanted to say, on that whole thing... Sorry?
Let's Go. Let's Go was good. I enjoyed Let's Go.
But actually related to then Let's Go, because it had like the extra accessory.
Yeah.
I was gonna say to Anonymous, if you're gonna be playing Soul Silver Suit, I hope you have the Poke Walker with it, because that was an element I really loved.
Yeah, agreed.
Me, who's actually enjoyed quite a lot of virtual pets. Yeah, I used to take my Squirtle everywhere. I loved him.
Yeah. Hey, Hellfire, welcome to the stream. How you doing today?
Hi, Hellfire.
Tails says, if there was a game that they could redo, modernize, revamp to current graphics, it would be a JRPG from my youth called Suikoden and Suikoden 2. I know they recently did a remaster, which I bought day one. I have got Suikoden and Suikoden 2, and they are currently on my list of games to play this year. I don't know when I'm going to get around to them. They will come up when they come up. But, yeah, I do actually plan on playing Suikoden. At very least one of them this year. I want to try to space things out. Like, I don't want to do Suikoden and then immediately go into Suikoden 2. I'd rather do a few games in between and then come back to it. But that might mean that the game will... we might do Suikoden 1 this year and Suikoden 2 next year or something like that. Did you call the authorities? I wish. You know what? I'm not going to say too much about this, but I have tried calling the traffic police because our police are separated into local cops and traffic violations cops for some demented reason. And when you try to call a police department, fire department? Why would you call a fire department about someone going around the roundabout sideways? I don't know.
I'll tell us on fire, maybe they'll turn up. Yeah,
the wheels will catch fire eventually. You call the police and they'll go, we can't do anything. You're going to have to call the TransLink, it's called. Call TransLink, because that's the...
Police Link.
Sorry, Police Link. Yes, sorry. You're right, Police Link. And so you call Police Link, and I've done this. I've literally called Police Link, and they have turned around and said that they can't do anything. Like I tried to talk to them on the phone, and they say yeah, we can't do anything over the phone, you have to use the website. Then why do you have a phone number?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm talking about something that is happening right now, literally, as I'm on the phone, the person on the other end of the phone can hear tires squealing. Right? And I'm telling them, and they're saying there's nothing I can do about it, you have to go online.
Mm-hmm. And it's silly.
So, I think what they need is they need to put a traffic camera up. I think that would be the thing to do. They need a traffic camera. Because this is kind of a main road that we're on. It's not like a main road. It's not like a motorway or anything like that. But it's an important road. It leads towards a hospital. And so you, as much as we joke about putting speed bumps out there, we can't because this is the route the ambulances take. But I would very, very much so be very, forward. I would love to see them put a speed camera, or not necessarily speed camera, but like a traffic control camera on the roundabout. And so you can call them up and say, oh yeah, we're at camera number blah, 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 blah. And there's someone currently going sideways around the roundabout. And then they can, go onto their PC, go tap, 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 tapper. Oh yeah, I can see them going around the roundabout sideways. We will record this data, and we can see their number plate. Is that so hard? Is that really so hard? I don't think so. I don't think that's hard, but yeah. So, yeah, calling authorities means dick. Hellfire is sleepy. I know, it's very early for you, isn't it, right now? And Tails was saying that, we're chatting on a Saturday morning? I know. We're going to be doing this more regularly. We're probably going to do this every fortnight now.
Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I like just hanging out and chatting. It allows me to get a lot of stuff off my chest, so I don't end up spending, like 2-3 hours of a stream just talking and then playing half an hour of a video game. Because that's never happened before.
Talking, there's two things I want to just touch on in the chat straight away. The first being, hi Joseph.
Hi Joseph, welcome to the stream.
Yeah, send mail to your local police station. Yeah.
No, look, they're going to be asking us to send it in via pigeon mail, I swear. Mm-hmm. There's enough pigeons around, Joe, to be fair.
Yeah, I've got a lot of pigeons. Although, I am sad, there used to be a white pigeon that hung around here.
Oh, I've still seen him around.
Oh, okay, good, because I have not seen him.
Yeah, no, I've seen him around.
But the other thing I wanted to answer real quick is because I saw OJ mentioned, is there not a 911 or 112 equivalent?
They don't do anything.
911 is an emergency number. And there's actually a huge number of people who don't know that. That you should not be calling 911 just for any particular complaint. And a lot of people do. It is...
We do. Hang on, let me just correct something there a second, because I have been in conversations with people regarding that. We do have a 911 equivalent, which is 000.
We do. I was getting to that.
Yeah. It is an emergency number, but they do actually take there's a crime in progress. So whether it's emergency or not, you can call them for crime in progress, but they'll still say, look, we'll get a cop car out there as soon as we can, but then they might be gone by the time they get there. The way to report it is to call Police Link. That's basically the only way to do it.
That's all I wanted to break down, is that in at very least, just the clarification, a lot of people misuse 911. In Australia, it isn't quite as bad. Like, it is pretty clear that 000 is for ambulance, for police, or for fire, and that's the first thing they ask you. They say, this is 000, do you need this, this, or this?
Yeah.
And you say what you need, and then they put you through.
Yeah.
and you get whatever that is. If you say police, then yeah, that becomes a thing of this is the crime in progress.
Yeah.
And then they will ask, are you or somebody else potentially in danger?
Yeah.
And
if you're
so they
not,
work it out from there.
Yeah, if you're not potentially in danger, they will still come out. They will still do something. The problem is that you can call your local police department directly, right? But they won't pick up the phone anymore. They always used to. They always used to pick up the phone, but now they don't, because quite possibly because they're getting way too many phone calls from people saying there's idiots going around the roundabout sideways. And so they just don't pick up the phone after like 10 o'clock. But if you call 000, you can say, oh, hey, so I need to speak to the police, I'm in this area. And they'll put you through to that police station. And they have to pick up when it comes from 000. So that's a plus, you know? That's a good reason to use 000 for that. But like they won't necessarily rush. They won't get a car out straight away. And I've even talked to the police. Like, you know, I've said, look, there's a situation. It happens like every single night. Idiots joyriding around about the same time every night. And I swear, if you were to come and park on our driveway, you would catch like 3 or 4 people every single day. And they're like, we can't do that.
It's so annoying that they can't or they won't or whatever. Because it's not even just that it's a traffic violation of, oh, they might be speeding or, oh, this is disturbing the peace. It is, you do realize you're probably going to catch people who've stolen cars.
Yeah. Yeah, because just after we moved in here, we had a car wrap itself around a tree. Like, it was like a croissant.
Yeah, I had a photo. I had the photo that you took of that.
Yeah.
And I showed it to my colleagues and saying, hey, who wants to see a car become a pretzel?
It was bent sideways around a tree.
And I was like, hey, look, taco car.
And, like, that was a stolen car as well. So, yeah. I've said to them, if you just park... If I was to tell you, Saturday night, come and park on our driveway. You know, I give you permission to park on our driveway. You will catch easily 4 or 5 people. No, we can't do that. I think it comes from 2 different philosophies, really. Like, in America, the philosophy was, with the establishment of the police, was the protection of the public. Whereas in the UK and Australia, it's enforcement of the crown. It's a completely different perspective. And so, whereas in the US, I know there are some places in the US that they don't have, you know, the best reputation. I know that there are some cops in the US that don't have the best. It's the same everywhere. It's never going to be perfect as much as we wish it would be. It's never going to be a perfect situation. But the philosophy going into what law enforcement means in the US is different than law enforcement in the Commonwealth. And that's why there's less inclination that police will come out if they think they can make an arrest. Whereas in the US, they might come out anyway. You know, because it's about protecting civilians as opposed to arresting someone. So it's a different philosophy of you know, why they exist. So Anonymous says, oh yeah, it happened here with in New Year's. People have been calling our equivalent to 911 for every situation that lead them to send an emergency alert informing people not to call due to how busy.
You follow up with OJ's comment after that.
During New Year's Eve, the Dutch 112 was so overloaded that everyone got an alarm message on the phone telling them to please not call 112 unless it was an emergency. The fact that that was even needed is really sad. Yeah, I think you two are talking about the same thing. Definitely, yeah. That's kind of disgusting, really, when you think about it. We're getting so many emergency calls. We're not gonna let you call emergency services anymore.
Well, apparently people were calling for non-emergency things.
I mean, yeah, understandable, I guess, but even still, it's just like, come on.
Until it's as bad as somebody calling the police because they think that the local chicken shop ripped them off, then
Yeah, that's happened.
Mm-hmm.
The number of times I see that on like some shows, bad calls for police officers is kind of hilarious. I gotta be honest. I've seen some really bad ones. Like someone called 911 because well, like what Kiko just said, because they thought they'd been ripped off, because they went to a corner store, they bought something, they went like 2 stores down, and it was like $1 less in the other store, so they called the police. And it's like, wow.
We have a specific service for that in Australia, where if you think that like bad business is being done, shady business, or like just outright, ripping off the public.
Oh yeah, there's things you can do about that, but yeah.
But oh dear.
One of the ones which I thought was hilarious, which I saw recently, was there was someone in the US fishing on public land. Right, it was public land. They were allowed to fish there. They were fishing in a lake, and this Karen comes running over and tries to shove him into the water, and she just bounces off him and lands on the floor. And she lands on her ass pretty hard, and then she yells at him saying that he assaulted her. And that she was going to call the cops. And I don't know if they did end up calling the cops, because the video kind of cuts out there. But, like, as soon as the cops are called, she's going to be put into the back of the car. Because she assaulted him. And she just bounced off him because he was much bigger than she was, and he had much better balance than she did. And so she just bounces off. It's like, you just assaulted me. It's like, no, you assaulted him, and you failed. You rolled a 1.
It's handy when at least that sort of stuff's caught on tape, too.
Oh, yeah. No, I love it when it's caught on tape. I love that stuff. Oh. I love seeing people...
Wow, I just showed my age with that comment.
I love seeing it when people think that, you know, they've got the upper hand, but they're basically just attacking someone who's minding their own business. Yes, ma'am, indeed.
Oh, dear. But yeah, we got onto that topic because, yeah, there's not a lot we can do about the car noise, and I am sorry. I am trying to ignore it.
We will fix it.
Yeah.
It's just going to take time, because there's stuff that we can do, stuff that we can't do. This is a rental house at the end of the day. Even though we know the landlord, and I've already said to him, hey, I'm planning on doing this, this, and this, and he's like, yeah, sure, do it. So, you know, he doesn't have a problem with us doing stuff that, you know, makes this place our home. But at the same time, there's a certain level that I would feel uncomfortable with if I was to say, like, you know, smash down the walls and fill it with insulation or something like that, you know? That's not going to go well. So...
At very least...
Yeah.
Sorry, go on.
No, I was just going to say, like, there's only so much that we can do, but we are working to figure out ways to keep the sound out.
Yeah. And I think, like, one of the cheap things that I can probably do just in my own office, because unfortunately I have a big old window in here, and that is the thing that lets in a lot of that noise. I'm probably just going to shove, like, I'm going to go to a secondhand store and buy a cheap blanket, and I'm just going to, like, tack that onto the wall. You'll be surprised at how much that can block sound.
Yeah, absolutely. I've got a few plans to do stuff like that in my office as well, because I still get a bit of that car noise. I managed to balance my microphone in such a way where it's not a big deal, but even if we were to do that for Kiko, it's not going to be perfect.
It's just my proximity to the road, unfortunately.
there's two aspects to it. One is the proximity to the road, and the other thing is the fact that you've got a different microphone. It doesn't have the same sort of balancing options that the one that I've got does. And that's because, I stream every day. Kiko streams with me occasionally. So it's not... it's not necessarily something that she needs at the moment, and once we can afford to get like a new microphone, Kiko will probably have the microphone that I've got now, and I'll get myself a new microphone, and then we'll be able to, we can tweak it a little bit as well, and then also look into what we can do to keep some of the sound out. But it's something that we're working on slowly, and I've got plans for the office too. Curtains is another thing. That's another big one, is putting up curtains. We have permission to put up curtains, so we'll be doing that. And I've got a whole plan to do some really cool curtain work in my office to reduce some of the echo as well. Because that's something else that you probably noticed. Kiko is kind of echoey. We will sort that out in the future as well.
Yeah, I've got some ideas on how to fix it up. And not spending $1 billion on it either. Sorry, I'm catching up on the chat now.
Hey, Stylish, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today?
Oh, hello, Stylish. Yeah, there's a few different things actually on the chat that, if we're going to get off that topic now of police and numbers.
Yeah.
Although, just sort of rounding that out, the call for all those 112 calls is probably about fireworks.
Oh, yeah. True, yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Can be... Sorry?
I'm just trying to think. There was, it was 1 year in the UK. Oh, when was it? There was, like, hundreds and hundreds of, police calls for gunfire. But it was fireworks. And it was like...
Particularly loud ones.
No, it was like... the thing is, it was like... It was fireworks night. Like, we have a fireworks night. It's got... some 5th of November. Bonfire night. Guy Fawkes night. Whatever you want to call it. We always have fireworks. But there was just this 1 year where everyone thought... It's the people that go boom boom in public. And everyone was calling in, the boom boom people. But it wasn't. It was just fireworks. They were saying it was gunfire. Fireworks.
I like the way, though, that OJ phrased it. It was the final year it was allowed for to buy consumer fireworks, and man, did we know that.
Right, okay, fair enough. Understandable, yeah.
Yeah, so everybody went, 129 million euros of fireworks. Wow.
That's insane. I mean, that's the way to do it, That's how you boost your economy. You say that you're going to ban fireworks, and then everyone spends all their money on fireworks, and then you go, well, considering the amount of people that enjoy fireworks, and the amount of money that was spent, we're gonna pull back that for a moment. We'll reconsider whether or not we're gonna ban fireworks. It seems to be the right, some people would think it's the right way to do it, but on the other hand, there's a lot of people that enjoy fireworks. Maybe we'll reconsider it. And then just before a big event the next year, reintroduce this idea, we're gonna ban fireworks, and then everyone spends their money on fireworks, and then you go, maybe not, maybe we should roll back that idea. Just keep doing it, keep the industry going, keep the economy rolling.
That's so insidious.
It is, but I wouldn't be surprised if there aren't people that actually do that, though.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I have neighbors that randomly use fireworks whenever they feel like it. That sounds like they're having a lot of fun. It can probably be annoying, but yeah.
There's a little bit of that where we used to live.
Yeah,
now, here's the thing.
Illegal fireworks.
Yeah, in Australia, regular consumer fireworks are actually banned. And there's a good reason for this. I'm actually not opposed to that one. Um, though I am a big believer in like a lot of like, citizen freedoms. This is a country where that kind of thing does have to be regulated because we're a very dry country. It's a very
Yeah,
arid
that's true,
place.
yeah.
And we are susceptible to bushfires. This is the country with the exploding trees.
Yes, we do. We
So
have trees that explode, which is great.
yeah, so it's a big deal to make sure that people are not. One, it's bad enough that you have people who mishandle their campfires,
Yep.
but fireworks are just far too dangerous in this country. If something goes wrong, no matter how safe you think you are, it just shoots off in the wrong direction. Boom, you've just burnt down half a city.
Yeah. That happens
Because
quite a lot
fire
here.
can, yeah, fire just spreads so fast. And yet, where we used to live, there was a sports field nearby.
Yep.
And a couple of times we noticed, like, there's no event happening there. Why is there fireworks? It was just one family down the road from us just had access to fireworks. And they would just use them every now and then for no reason.
I think they were getting them in from, like, China or India.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And
then
they-
the blues and twos would come.
Yeah, but they would go out into the sports field in, like, the middle of the night and just set off a bunch of fireworks. And they did not care.
Local kids loved it.
On this night, no shits were given, right? They would just go down with a bunch of fireworks that they had bought illegally into the local sports field and light them off and be like, "Oh, isn't that nice?" and then go home. And people would never find them. Right? The cops would never get there in time.
Which is astonishing because they weren't that far away.
No. I got a feeling I know who it was too. Because I've seen a couple of fireworks come out of a backyard at one point, and I'm like, "Oh, okay,
Well,
it's you."
But yeah, so that's a thing.
Yeah.
We live pretty close to a place with a lot of water now, so
Yes,
I have a
we
feeling
do.
we'll actually probably see more. There was some at New Year. We heard the pops nearby. We could see, and it's like, oh yeah, that makes sense. That's over the ocean.
We've seen them a few times. There's a sports field not too far away. There's a sports field, and people do like proper fireworks events at the sports field. So yeah, I hate fireworks. They make me physically uncomfortable, and I can't help it. Oh, that's unfortunate. I mean, I love fireworks. I'm a big fan of loud and flashy. So thunderstorms
Yay.
and fireworks, I love them both.
I was gonna say you also like lightning.
I do. I love lightning. I was gonna say maybe it's a cultural thing, but then again, like Ronald, you got like 4th of July, you know. We got bonfire night in the UK, so I'm used to it for that reason. But yeah, that's really interesting. Oh, it's a shame. I love them. I really do. Lindy, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Unsurprising? Unsurprising about being uncomfortable, or unsurprising that I'm used to it? When did the name change show? Oh, this was a while back, actually. This was the end of last year. Oh, that's Wasusa. Oh, hey, dude. Yeah, you have to change your @ now. You gotta change your @ to what you want it to be, otherwise it shows up.
See,
Yeah.
in the YouTube stream, not what's actually showing up on the screen, but in the actual YouTube screen, we're still seeing the W for Wasusa.
Yeah. The reason they did it is because there were people doing some really dangerous stuff, actually. So people would be coming in with usernames like PewDiePie or
There's a lot of impersonation.
yeah,
going
there's like
on.
people coming in as Markiplier, people coming in as I can never remember what his name is. Top of the morning to ya. What was
Oh,
his-
Jacksepticeye.
Jacksepticeye. So they were coming in with well-known, popular YouTuber usernames and icons and everything like that, and they were donating like $10,000 to someone. And when those people were like, "Oh my goodness, $10,000! Thank you so much, massive thank you, big fan of you, PewDiePie. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it." And then they were doing they were canceling the donation.
They're doing chargebacks.
They were doing chargebacks, and so then the people if you donate that amount of money to someone, YouTube takes a cut. If you do a chargeback, it takes all that money off of you. So people were receiving, say, they send you $10,000 or something like that. You would receive like $9,000 or something, and then you'd be charged back $10,000. Which obviously some people can't afford. So YouTube has fixed that issue, but they've also made it so that you can't hide who you are. I'm okay with that. I don't like people impersonating other YouTubers.
So there's definitely the part where I don't like the system, but I understand why it happened.
Is that where I got the figure $10,000 from? Partially, yes. But for the most part, I was watching, there's a VTuber called Smuggalana, and she was watching a video about a VTuber where someone had been sending this VTuber $10,000 donations. And so that's basically, when I was talking about that in stream the other night, it was because I just watched that video. I recommend Smuggalana. She's really funny. Yeah. Hey.
The thing is, though,
I can see Colt. I can see Colt.
Yeah, I can see Colt.
Welcome to the stream, Colt, the most wanted. How are you doing today? Sorry, go on, Kiko.
I've actually forgotten what I was going to say.
But yeah, Wasusa, if you want to change your name, what you need to do is you need to go into your YouTube, what do they call it? YouTube Studio. You go to customize or customization, and then you change your @handle. Sorry, you change your handle. Your @ rather than your name. You can change your name twice in every 14 days, and the reason it's twice is because if you change your name and you change your mind, you're like, no, I don't like that. You could change it back, but after 14, but you can only do it those twice. And the same is true of the handle. You can change your @ and you can change it back, but you can only do that twice. Twice within 14 days. You have to wait. Doing well. I think I've heard of Smuggalana. Smuggalana is really fun. I think she's really cool. She's really cute. She's down to earth. But yeah, really cool. Anyhow, are you celebrating something? No, not really. Are we celebrating anything?
No, not yet.
No, not at the moment. We're just doing a chatting stream. We've been wanting to do...
It's 2 weeks before we celebrate anything.
Is it? What are we celebrating in 2 weeks?
Technically we'll be celebrating Australia Day on Monday.
Oh,
but,
yeah. I mean...
it's going to be like... more like a week and a half before it's my birthday.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. I was going to say,
yeah,
it's not going to be quite that far away.
Look, the March of January and hitting the end of January always seems really weird to me. Sometimes
January's
it feels really long and sometimes
gone
it goes
really quick, I think.
Mm.
This year, I feel like January's gone really quick. I mean, admittedly, I started streaming, like, the second week of January, so already there were 4 days missing. And now it's only week 3. When you really think about it, it's felt like 3 weeks. But at the same time, it's like, I was only just on break, you know? I was only just on break for Christmas and New Year, but, that seems to have disappeared out of nowhere. But there's still another week to go in January, though, so...
Yeah, there is. And that's what I mean, like, it's going to be like a week and a half. But, like, yeah, it's only been 3 weeks since you were on break. I'm taking a week off in February for Chinese New Year.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So I'm looking forward to that.
First week of February is going to be weird for us.
It will be a little bit weird, but, like, we'll figure it out. We'll figure out something
mostly it's going to be a bit weird for the streaming, honestly. I think...
Yeah.
I will be streaming when I can, but there's going to be a few days which I'll be taking breaks because I'm going to have to go see a dentist and Kiko's birthday, and there's a bunch of other things happening as well. So I may only be able to stream like 3 days that week. I'm not really sure exactly what I'm going to be doing or when I'm going to be doing it, but I'm going to try to at very least stream 2 episodes of Xenoblade Chronicles and 1 episode of... Oh, it's the first week. Hang on a minute. What date does Resident Evil release?
Oh, was it the 9th?
No, it's Resident Evil 9.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
It doesn't come out till the end. It comes out on the 27th of February. I got loads of time for that.
Enough.
Not a problem.
I thought that maybe they were trying to line it up for reasons.
I'm really looking forward to Resident Evil 9. It looks so good. I can't wait.
Hopefully we'll be done with Xenoblade by then.
No, we won't be done with Xenoblade, but I'll have finished what's it called? Legend of Zelda. So what we'll probably do is I'll play Resident Evil once a week, where I would normally play Zelda. Alright, I'm just passing by works. Since I'm just drawing. I will stick around and thanks for the handle tips. But while it does spoil my theme, not sure if I'll change it. Oh no, Wasusa was also asking about that because his tag currently says Lindy Jazz Videos. So yeah, there was that as well. But yeah. If people do want to change their name, if they don't like what their handle is, it is possible to change it. It's now fixed. Brilliant.
Hey.
Wasusa is Wasusa again.
Oh, it was a bit difficult, was it?
It's not that hard, I don't think. Well, Nezuko, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? You have returned. You have indeed. Welcome, welcome. There's a new RE coming. There is Resident Evil 9 Requiem. Actually, there's 2 new Resident Evils coming. I think there's going to be a new Revelation is coming out as well.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
I just closed my browser. Open it back up. Spelling correctly would help. Resident Evil...
Hang on, let me go. New games.
Revelations.
Oh my goodness, there's so many Resident Evil games coming out soon. Especially if you're a Switch owner. Because Resident Evil 7 and 8 are also coming out on Switch 2 on the same day as Resident Evil 9.
I forgot about that.
Oh no, sorry, it's not, hang on, there was another Resident Evil. Where is it? So, Resident Evil 7 Biohazard, Resident Evil 8 Village, and Resident Evil 9 Requiem are all coming out on February 27th. There is another Resident Evil game, though. Just can't seem to find it. Maybe
hard to keep track about which ones are new games and which ones are just remakes.
Oh, maybe I was imagining things. I thought there was another Revelation coming out. I might be wrong. Resident Evil Revelation isn't actually a bad series. it was big on like the 3DS. I think I really enjoyed the 3D aspect of it. Like that was really cool. I've always been a big fan of the 3DS's you know, stereoscopic 3D, and being able to play multiplayer Resident Evil on the 3DS was pretty cool. Not gonna lie.
Was it like the map, or was it your inventory on the second screen?
It was. I think you switched between map and inventory. I'm pretty sure. I honestly can't remember. It's been such a long time. But yeah, really fun to play multiplayer Resident Evil on 3DS. That was really cool. But yeah, I'm not seeing another Resident Evil, so I must have been wrong. I must have been imagining things. But yeah, Resident Evil 7, 8, and 9 are all releasing on Nintendo Switch 2 on February 27th, and I'm like, guys, for real, you could have spaced these out a bit.
Well, look, because 7 and 8 aren't necessarily new, like, yeah, they're recent, but they're not new, so you can play 9 and then come back to the others.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, of course, yeah, you can come back and play the other ones whenever you feel like it, but it's like, come on. I do want to get all of them. Why are you doing this to me, Capcom?
Oh, OJ just said something interesting there.
Never played Resident Evil. I don't know if I
should
like it. I don't tend to be affected by horror, which doesn't not take to make it that interesting. I think Resident Evil is pretty interesting because of the discovery. There's a lot of like Silent Hill is really good because it's an excellent psychological horror as well as being horror. Like there's a lot of things that make you think. There's a lot of the whole thing is like allegory and metaphor, and it's really interesting like how someone's psychology will become so twisted as to appear in the form of Silent Hill. I don't usually get scared either. That's not something that really affects me too much. You know, I'll get jump scared occasionally, but it's more about just the horror themes more than anything. I really enjoy Resident Evil for that. And there's the constant discovery of like how far will these corporations and these scientists go to make a little bit of cash, you know? And it just keeps getting deeper and deeper. The conspiracy gets deeper and deeper. And that's what I like about Resident Evil. Like, it starts off so simple. It starts off with this idea of, oh, we went into a house and we really shouldn't have. And then it becomes, oh my goodness, we are trapped in this this huge clusterfuck of everything going wrong all the time ever.
I'm trapped in a box of horrors.
I am trapped in a box of horrors. That's the thing that I like about Resident Evil.
I was going to say for OJ that maybe one of the games that you would actually like is not so much games aimed at trying to scare you, but just being in a situation of adversity. So maybe like Resident Evil 4 would be more your speed, where it became
more
of an action survival situation
over shoulder action. I would say check out. Oh, Amnesia's really good. Yeah, I would say honestly, my favorite Resident Evil game for the longest time was Resident Evil 1 HD remake, and so that was the original Resident Evil completely remade and re-released on the GameCube. And that was the first time that I actually, well, not the first time actually, I played it on PS1 as well. But that was like sitting down and playing from beginning to end, like not in one sitting, but like I'm playing it today, I'm playing it tomorrow, I'm playing it the day after, you know, that sort of thing. That was the first time that I sat down and played all the way through Resident Evil in one sitting, or in one go. And I really enjoyed it. That was my favorite Resident Evil until I played Resident Evil 2 Remake. which was last year. Resident Evil 2 Remake is phenomenal. It takes everything that made Resident Evil 2 good, and it turns everything up to 11. On the other hand, don't play Resident Evil 3 Remake. It takes
Not
everything
great.
that was Resident Evil 3 and turns it down to 2. Really disappointing. Except for the end where she... For
Well,
some,
don't give away.
well, yeah, I won't give away the ending just in case you do decide to play it anyway. There was a pretty badass moment at the ending, but it was kind of stupid at the same time. Yeah. I would recommend, if you're gonna play Resident Evil games, play Resident Evil 1 HD, Resident Evil 2 Remake, Resident Evil 3, the original, then Resident Evil 4. You could probably play the remake. I think a lot of people said that the remake is really good. But if you really want a good experience with Resident Evil 4, in my opinion, the best way to play it is on the Wii. Genuinely. Resident Evil 4 on the Wii is amazing. It just feels so much smoother to shoot enemies when you're using a light gun. And here I've only played two N60. Playing Resident Evil 2 on the N64 is such a wild experience.
It must be, because I've been staring at that comment going, "Ew, on the N64?
Yeah,
Really?
Yeah, Resident Evil 2 on the N64 is a wild experience when you take into consideration that on the PS2 it was 2 discs. 2 discs on the
I have to look
PS2.
it up now. That's insane.
2 discs. But then on on PS1. On PS1, Resident Evil 2 was 2 discs long. And they managed to stuff it all into a single N64 cartridge.
It looked chunky.
Some of the graphics are a little bit muddy, admittedly, but the entire game is there.
That's kind of crazy.
It's insane. Like, black magic was used.
I feel like I want to find a cartridge of that now.
It was the biggest N64 round. It was, yes. But it's still an N64 cartridge. Like, one N64 cartridge, that particular one, it was 64 megabyte cartridge, yeah. That's still a quarter of the size of one disc. It's like magic playing. Honestly, when you play it, if you know a thing about, game development, you'll play through Resident Evil 2 on the N64 in just sheer awe and amazement that the entire game is there. Because I'd already played Resident Evil 2 at this point, and then I got it on N64 because I had an N64. A friend of mine had the PS1. We'd played through a bunch of Resident Evil 2 together, and I'm like, oh, Resident Evil 2 just came out on N64. Ooh, that's gonna be really stripped down. No. There was actually more content in the N64 version. They've even got a built-in randomizer mode.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. It's insane.
That was really ahead of the time.
They were way ahead. Resident Evil 2 on N64, absolutely just... I could talk for hours on it because it's insane.
Well, for our American viewers, you can actually find factory-sealed copies of it for $99.
Oh yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah, that's actually really good.
Might keep an eye out.
Well, we'd have to find a PAL version.
Oh no, there's ways around it. It's all good.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Sorry, Colt was saying that he's played number 2 on the N64, Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube, and the 3DS ones. The 3DS ones are the Revelations games. My childhood friends were big fans, so normally I just watch them play. Revelations 3D was so good. The motion controls, yes! That's right. fantastic. Great game on 3DS, definitely.
It's definitely speaking of a lot of games that... Because, actually, the fact that we're on this topic of Resident Evil is a good one, because it has such a huge library, and quite a lot of them are obviously being remade now, or just ports being made straight up available. But it does bring up the question of, should some of these older ones also be remade, or should they just port them so people have more access to them?
It depends on the game, really. It really does depend on the game. Like, I think that Colt also mentions that he's got the Wii Resident Evil rail shooters. That's the Umbrella Chronicles, I think.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that. I don't actually have those.
Oh, okay.
Resident Evil Wii. Yeah, the Dark Side Chronicles. My bad. Not the Umbrella Oh, wait. Umbrella Chronicles was the first one. Dark Side Chronicles is the sequel. Okay. So those are the light gun games. I should probably pick those up. They're only like $30.
I'm actually checking Switch Online N64 now to see whether or not we have Resident Evil 2.
Oh, wait. Resident Evil 2 isn't one of the ones that's on the list. I think we can play Resident Evil 2 on Switch, but it's cloud version. So I wouldn't recommend get Resident Evil 2 on Switch right now. Umbrella
You mean the remake?
Yeah, the remake. Yeah, that's right. It's a cloud version. So, yeah, I wouldn't recommend remaking Umbrella Chronicles necessarily, because those games really do work as a light gun game. And even though the Switch does have motion controls, it's not as direct. It's not a light gun, you know? It's not like the Wiimote. I think they would have to do a lot of, make a lot of changes to make it work. And maybe it wouldn't feel quite as nice. Who knows? We don't know. Nintendo Switch has got really good motion controls, to be fair. So maybe it would work. I'm not sure. Hey, Mary, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today?
Hi, Mary.
I wonder if my Wii U also has RE4. It does, but it's a Wii U... Well, you wouldn't be able to get it now, unless you've already got it. There was a Wii... Wii Edition download on the eShop. I don't think you could buy Resident Evil 4 for Wii U, though.
Okay, yeah, so I just checked.
Yeah?
I knew that you were talking about the remake, but what I was looking for is to see if the original N64 Resident Evil 2 was on here.
No,
it is not.
No, sadly not.
Yeah,
we do have it, though.
Lovely.
I've got it on my shelf. I do have Resident Evil 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got Resident Evil 4 on GameCube and on Wii. In fact, I think my Wii one might actually be sealed. Hold on a second.
Okay.
I'll just look in. Just checking.
The handy thing for an iron is that the shelf is just over there. Wow. I have missed out on so much chat. Apologies, I hope you guys don't feel too ignored. Black magic trick that no one knows how to use anymore, and now you can get more and more games over 100 gigabytes. RE on 64 fits. Oh wow, okay. That is really big.
Okay. It's not sealed.
Who in the right mind wants any cloud version on Switch? I also do not understand why those games have it. Why is Kingdom Hearts on Switch Cloud? They have PlayStation 2 and 3 games. Switch can handle that.
Right. So, yeah, the black magic trick that no one knows how to do anymore, it's called the ancient art of optimization. But yeah, it's insane. It's so strange that so many developers just can't seem to get games to fit on. You know, they always say, like, oh, yeah, we just couldn't fit it onto that cartridge. It's like, well, hold on a second. Whoa, now. You're saying you couldn't fit your game onto a 64 gigabyte cartridge. You do realize you're the same studio that made games for the PlayStation, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how did you fit the games onto that?
Why, we use multiple discs.
Well, fair enough. Yeah, actually, good point. You made games for the N64. How did you do that? And they'll say something, oh, it's not as sophisticated. Okay. Then tone it down. You know? I don't know.
Just make game good.
Make a good game, not make a game... A game doesn't need to be pretty to be good.
Crow Country.
Crow Country. Who in their right mind would buy a cloud version on Switch? I've thought about this as well, and it really doesn't make a whole lot of sense, I'll be honest. Like, one of the biggest benefits of the Switch is the fact that it's portable.
Mm.
You can't do cloud portably.
Exactly. This blew my mind.
You can
with
connect,
some of
like,
those.
you might have a good connection on your phone, but the connection between the internet to your phone to your Switch, it's never gonna work for cloud. It's so stupid. Yeah. And the Kingdom Hearts games, yeah, I completely agree. Kingdom Hearts is PS2 and PS3. Even Kingdom Hearts 3, which was a PS4 game, I reckon you could have squeezed it on.
I think so.
It's not that complicated. You can, and the thing is, like, Kingdom Hearts has got a very, it doesn't have a particularly it's a little bit, it is still more animated looking. So you could hide lower level graphics behind a better art style. You know? They made a new video, saddened that after the Wii...
Oh, you need to read the comment above
Oh,
that.
did I? I missed that one. Sorry. Oh, yeah. There was another one. I was watching an old light gun game on a YouTube channel to see if they were still around, since I did like the Wii rail shooters when playing with friends. I'm planning to make a Wii shooter collection for me. They made new video, saddened after the Wii, the shooter genre picks up steam after that, especially in the last year. 2025 Time Crisis was a disappointment. There's been a lot of really interesting maneuvers and decisions being made. We were just talking about this earlier today on X, actually. Let me quickly find out. The on-rail shooter seems to have basically died in the arse, and that's really sad. So we were talking about, there was here, this is what it's called. It's called the Game Time Crisis Ultimate Pack. Like that. Right? It's called that. Game. G-AIM. You know? Game Time Crisis Ultimate Pack. This was a Kickstarter, and it did really well, and it's come out now, and you can buy it. It's wireless guns, light guns. It's got pedals, and it's a box that you attach to your TV, and you can apparently play Time Crisis on a modern television. But I have got a few people in the comments saying it is not good, it is not accurate, the shooting just doesn't seem to work. And there's some people saying that it's, it worked for them, but then there's a few people saying, like, I've got one and it just doesn't work. So be warned that the G-AIM, the game, is not necessarily the best option for modern Time Crisis, sadly. I hope light gun games do make a comeback. I think that, you know, the Wii and the Wii U were probably the kind of the golden age, really, for light gun games. I think there was definitely a place for light gun games in the past when people used to have CRT televisions, and you had stuff like the Nintendo Zapper, you had the Sega light gun, you had... I've got the Justifiers. Those are amazing. I love the Justifiers. They're so cool. I've obviously got a Zapper. I've got Duck Hunt. I love Duck Hunt. But the thing is that when TVs changed, the light gun technology stopped working. Because it requires a certain refresh rate for it to work accurately. And sadly, people keep trying to do light guns on TVs, on modern televisions, and they're so inaccurate. They just don't work, unfortunately. There's too much latency. And even when you try to account for latency, it doesn't always work the way it should, sadly. It's just a technology issue. If you've got a CRT television, you'll be fine. I've got a CRT television, I still play Duck Hunt. But the Wii made it so that you could play light gun games on modern televisions, and it wasn't a problem because you weren't reliant on the CRT television and its refresh rate to be able to use the light gun games. You were actually using the bar, you know, the Wii bar. So Wii made it so much more accessible for light gun games, and as such, the Wii has a lot of light gun games. And some of them are rubbish, but there's a lot of really good ones on there too. And sadly, I just feel like I don't think we're going to get that back.
Probably not, no.
Like,
I think it's a thing that's... Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say, take into consideration, like, it's not an on-rail shooter like Time Crisis, but, like, even Metroid Prime, the reason that I love Metroid Prime as much as I do is because it's motion controlled on Wii. I've got the trilogy. I bought the Wii trilogy. It's so freaking good. You get so much more immersed playing the game with the motion controls. Genuinely, it is such a different experience. And like I almost said Resident Evil. I got Metroid Prime 1 and 2 on GameCube, and I played through both of them on GameCube. And then I played Corruption, and I was like, no, this is the way these games should always have been played. Metroid Prime Corruption absorbed me. And then, thankfully, they went and re-released Prime and Echoes as a part of the Trilogy collection for Wii. Great games. All great games. And that is 100% the correct way to play. Not the best way to play, the correct way to play Metroid Prime. It really is. I have not played Prime on Switch yet, and I don't know if I will, because I don't know how I'm going to play it. I'm not very good with playing shooters with controllers. I'm a mouse and keyboard guy when it comes to shooters. And I know that the Switch 2 does have mouse mode for Metroid Prime, but I still need to play with it and figure out exactly what I'm going to do before I make any decisions. And the same goes for Metroid Prime 4. At this point in time, I have said I'm not going to be playing it on stream. That might change in the future, but I need to know that I'm going to be able to play 1, 2, 3, and 4 all together on the same console. Or not necessarily on the same console, but I want to be able to play all of them. I don't want to play Prime and then Prime 4. I want to play the other two as well. So as of right now, unless that there is a Echoes and Corruption HD remake, I will not be playing Prime on stream. I will be playing the other Metroid games, though.
All of the classic titles.
The classics, yeah. We're currently looking at whether I should be playing AM2R or... Sorry, there's someone being very loud outside. I don't know whether I'm going to play AM2R or whether I'm going to play Samus Returns for 3DS. I need to figure that out, and then once I do, we'll choose one or the other. I think I might go for... I've been wanting to do AM2R, and the reason I wanted to play AM2R was because it would be visually consistent. Because we've already played Zero Mission. And then we play AM2R, then we play Super Metroid, then we play Fusion, you know? And that would be visually consistent. So I think that would be really cool to do. But if we do decide to go down the 3DS route and play Samus Returns, we might do that instead. I haven't decided.
We'll figure it out as we go.
Would it work if someone made a screen, or is the issue more deep than that? So the issue with light guns, Mary, is that the screen refresh rate is completely different. There's a latency to digital screens, just because of how the technology works. It is possible. There was a project on Kickstarter, like, that was about 8 years ago now, wasn't it? Where someone had gotten an extremely low latency panel, and they had figured out that they can actually get Duck Hunt to work on it. So if Duck Hunt works on that panel, then, you know, that's a really good... It's a modern screen, which would have worked for classic games. And that's what he was trying to do. This is what this guy was trying to do. He was trying to make basically a modern, affordable screen that would also work with classic consoles. And it had different modules and stuff like that to plug into the back of it so that you could connect using AV cables, or using SCART, or using coax. So the technology does kind of exist. It's just not very common because it probably costs a bit to make super low latency screens, but that's not really necessary for modern games, so no one's really doing it, unfortunately. I'm pretty sure Wii U is the one with Duck Hunt, with mouse controls. I don't know. I don't think the Wii had mouse controls, but it definitely had a version of Duck Hunt. Yeah.
It had Wiimote controls.
Yeah, it had Wiimote controls. And I think that's what I'm saying. It's like, you know, the Wii was such a good system for doing motion controls and for doing light gun games, because it didn't matter what TV you were using. Whereas, yeah, the technology is just kind of not there for classic light gun games. It's so funny that the Wii sensor bar can be replaced by 2 lit candles and it'll work. That's true, yeah. So long as something
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so long as it emits IR, it's fine. It'll work.
That's actually really cool.
Because that's the thing. That's kind of the difference. Well, I say the difference. It's not really a difference, really. But a lot of people think that the IR is in the Wii remote. But it's not. The end of the Wii remote is a camera. And so what the sensor bar does... The sensor bar isn't a sensor bar. It's an emitter bar. And it's got 4 infrared lights in it. 2 in either end. And based on the orientation of those 4 lights, you can tell if the Wii remote is upside down, if it's turned to one side or the other. And it'll work fine with candles. You can literally use candles instead of the sensor bar, and it does actually work. Because the camera is in the Wiimote, not in the sensor bar. Whenever I played Splatoon, I always play with gyro. Gyro makes shooters on controls way better. Absolutely. Completely agree. It's actually the reason why we don't play Splatoon on this channel. It's actually the reason why I've stopped playing Splatoon. Because I always play Splatoon in handheld mode. Yeah.
I actually struggled with handheld mode quite a lot.
Really?
Yeah. I think it's mostly because, especially when going to the Switch 2, because I did have a quick go at it, it's just like, wow, this thing is so heavy.
I suppose, yeah, compared to the Switch, it was pretty heavy, that's true.
Yeah, but even, like, I like motion controls of a lot of things, but it didn't quite click with me. I think that I was struggling to find, like the fine motor skill to move the correct distance. And I wasn't very good at that. Whereas meanwhile, on like a standard gameplay, I did okay in Splatoon, but it was also one of those games where you could get left behind so easily.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's true. One of the things I will definitely say is that you might consider, it's so much easier to use gyro controls and stuff like that for playing shooters. And that's true. That is, I think it is easier, but it is still a pretty big jump from you're playing a game with your thumbs to you're playing a game with your whole body. If you didn't play much Wii, if you don't play consistently on like the Switch for motion controls or the Wii U for motion controls, I think it is something that it feels a little bit unnatural going from one to another. But once you get to grips with it, once you realize like your entire body is in motion, that you can activate things in game just by, rotating your torso, it stops being about your arms. It stops being about your thumbs. It starts being about your whole body, and you start to feel it. You start to understand the difference, and it becomes muscle memory at the end of the day. And that's the thing. That's what I loved so much about Splatoon 1 and 2. Unfortunately, since getting 3, I just haven't really had the time to play it because I stream every day, and yeah, I just don't play 3 enough. I never got the chance to. I was good though. I don't toot my horn about things very often, but I'm good at Splatoon. I'm really good at Splatoon. It was getting to the point where even if my team lost, I would still have the highest score out of both teams. I am really good at Splatoon.
It then just became really difficult to play with randos.
Yeah,
because again, you've got either the people who are so good that they should be able to carry everybody, and then if you've got enough of those, then you can probably put together a winning team that doesn't have to cooperate that often.
Yep.
Or you've got people who get in your way.
Yeah, that is one of the issues with randos, is it is a lottery at the end of the day. And I'd be going out of a round in Splatoon 2. Like I said, I'd be easily getting like 14,000, 15,000, 16,000 points. And I would be the highest scoring player on both teams, even if my team lost. And that's kind of wild, and it really goes to show that Splatoon is not a game. You can't have one person carry the game. It's not that kind of game. It really isn't. You can't have one person carry. You need to have cooperation. And the problem isn't even necessarily the randos, because if it was randos versus randos, that wouldn't be a problem. The problem, it can still be a problem, but still. The problem is that there were so many really good Splatoon teams that would be on like voice chat. And Nintendo doesn't have voice chat, as you may have noticed. So, you know, they'd be on...
They've tried now,
yeah,
but
they'd be on Discord or they'd be on something else and they'd be playing the game together. And you can't compete with that. You can't compete with a well-oiled team. It just doesn't work like that.
One of the reasons why Splatoon made it into Nintendo Championships.
Yeah.
And why, like Mario Kart, it has a national league.
Man, I still love watching the Splatoon championships when they come on.
I've missed so many of them, and I feel bad for it, but that cycles back to the Kiko has no free time.
I've missed a few. I wouldn't really say that I feel bad about it, but I do like to watch them when they're on. I think I'm kind of like that with sports in general, you know? I don't, if there's a sport that I like I like American football, I like baseball, I like hockey. I've never really been, you know, big into, oh, I must watch the hockey, or I must watch the Super Bowl. I try to watch the Super Bowl if we can, but if we can't, we can't. We're in Australia. It's near impossible to get the Super Bowl here in Australia. So... you know, if it's on, I'll watch it. I'll be like, oh, I'll watch that. And the same goes for Splatoon. I don't feel like I need to watch every single round, every single year, you know. And if I miss it, I miss it. It's not a big deal. But when it is on, and, you know, it comes up in my feed, I could be doing something else while, you know, I could be making overlays. I could be doing some coding or something, you know, whatever I'm doing at the time, and watching the Splatoon, because I really do enjoy the Splatoon championships.
See, I think that's where that's a little bit different from me, is because when it comes to, like, a sort of sports, it's that kind of thing where I'd rather have my eyes on it. I can't really just sort of listen to it while I do other things, and then just check it every now and then. It's the reason why I wasn't able to keep up with wrestling, because I kind of needed to watch that.
Yeah, I really do. I've been really enjoying wrestling recently, but the truth is, we just don't have the time. Like, I stream, at the moment, I'm streaming 6 days a week. So I've got 1 day to catch up, and if I miss an episode, or I miss 1 week's worth of episodes, that's 2 episodes. That's like 8 hours of content.
Yeah.
You know, that's huge. And we're already way behind, because we haven't watched WWE since November.
And that's part of the I feel bad bit, because I have people who want to talk with me about those things. And sometimes it would have been Splatoon, and right now it's been wrestling. I have colleagues who've been wanting to catch up, but they've been going, wait, Kiko, are you caught up to this? And I'm like, no, I'm sorry. And they go, okay, plug your ears, we want to talk about this thing.
Yeah, it's like, go away, go away. No spoilers.
Well, they've been really... they've been really, like, considerate of me, which is nice.
Yeah. No,
because they know that I've been behind on the recent series.
Yeah.
But we enjoy talking about some of the older stuff, since I caught up on a lot of that.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't like...
But anyway, yeah.
Sorry, Stylish says, honestly, I don't like the Switch as a portable device. It's too big to carry, unlike my precious 3DS. I'll be honest, I have never had an issue with the size. Like, you definitely can't put it in your pocket like a 3DS. But, I guess that I'm so used to carrying, like, a backpack with me. Or, a side bag or something. Like, I've got a messenger's bag. I always put my Switch... I've got a case. I put my Switch in the case. Switch 2 also goes in the case, in its case. And it goes into my side bag. And that's... I've never really had an issue. I can understand, though, if someone's not used to carrying bags, or they're not used to having something on them like that all the time. It's a little bit... Yeah, where do I put this? But, yeah, I tend to always have my bag on me, so it's never been an issue for me, honestly. But I can understand.
Certainly with carrying the Switch 2, because it is bigger than the Switch, I do struggle sometimes to fit it into my backpack when I'm going to work.
Yeah.
But it is definitely a lot of good memories and good times with the 3DS, or even just the DS. because that thing went in my handbag.
Oh yeah,
I
definitely.
always had it with me. Like, Street Pass was one of my favorite things ever.
Yeah, we used to go to the Brisbane City Street Pass meetups.
Well, even aside from that, is that I just always had my DS on me.
But funny
And
thing
I
is,
always-
we did always have, we could fit into our pockets, but we did have side bags for those.
Yeah.
We still had them.
That's the thing, like, sometimes a side bag is what I would also have if, like, say my handbag was full. Or if it was one of our big day outs, like we go to a convention, and, well, that's not fitting in my backpack.
Yeah, it was kind of like
side bag.
It was kind of like a holster. We'd basically have our 3DSs in a holster, so we could just unzip it and open it and pull out the 3DSs whenever we wanted. And we did that for years. Wherever we went, we'd always have our 3DSs on us. Like, it was even a few times where people stopped and was like, okay, I've been meaning to ask you this. What is that bag on your hip? Because you've always got it. And I'm like, oh, that's my 3DS. Because I always had it with me. And, like, there was someone, I think it was a store clerk, actually. Because there were places that we used to go all the time in the city. And one time, I remember she said, what is that? That's my 3DS. And she's like, you've always got your 3DS on you. And I said, yeah. Yeah, I do. I never not have my 3DS with me. So I can definitely see where you're coming from, Stylish. Definitely. I guess I don't take my Switch out with me as often. But then again, these days, I don't go out as often either, so... It is what it is, I guess. So Colt says, it's safe to say I'm a Nintendo diehard, but Capcom games in 3DS put Capcom on my radar. 3D Effect and RE motion controls were much better than Nintendo. Even Splatoon 3DS is better than Wii U. I wouldn't wholesale agree. I agree with you that the motion controls in Resident Evil Revelations were incredible. And the 3D was insane. It really was. It looked so good. Even though you've got the halved resolution, because that's how they do the 3D, it actually halves the vertical resolution. It still looked so crisp. I have no idea how they did that. More that black magic. But there definitely were games that Nintendo did better on the 3DS. Much later games, admittedly. But, yeah. And I think that's a part of it, you know. Capcom came to the 3DS. They had some games, like Street Fighter 4, released on the 3DS with the system. And that was really good. The 3D was pretty good on that one as well. I was surprised at how good the game looked on 3DS, considering it's such a small screen, and Street Fighter 4 is Street Fighter 4, you know? But that was really well made. I love the 3D in Star Fox. Star Fox 64 3D was amazing. They did a really good job. I really loved the 3D because you could make the reticule look 3D, so it went deeper into the screen. That was sick. I really loved that one. I don't know if I would say that 3DS was better than Splatoon on the Wii U, though.
I feel like they're just two very different creatures.
Yeah. Splatoon is not a game is a wild statement. Wait, who said that? Who said Splatoon's not a game?
That was probably just cutting off of a sentence.
Oh, that might have been... Yeah, I feel that was me. Yeah, I may have been saying something along the lines of, Splatoon is not a game that, and then I didn't finish it. Sorry.
Yeah. We derail ourselves.
I barely ever watch sports because due to my visual impairment, I miss what is going on. The only way I can enjoy it is commentary designed for blind people. But that's rarely available. That is true, yeah. I've noticed that. You don't tend to get a lot of, blind... You do in the UK, actually. There's a lot of sporting events in the UK that tends to do commentary for the blind, but... yeah, I've noticed it's not really a thing out here.
Wait, is that visual impairment the one where you said you can't recognize people's faces? Because I can understand entirely on why that would make it hard to follow sports.
Yeah, definitely.
I didn't even think of that before. Like, the first part of, like, you don't even know if you've just walked into your friend Gerald or a complete stranger at the local shop. You're entirely reliant on things they say and the sound of their voice or the way they walk.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, sports would be lost on you for that.
Anonymous says the DS 3DS era was so good. So many titles were created. Battery of Life was very good too. It really was. Yeah. No, I think the DS 3DS era is probably some of the best gaming, one of the best gaming eras we've had. Yeah. There's
Absolutely
so many RPGs as well. Like, so many RPGs, I still haven't played them all.
Like, obviously, I love my Switch to ever-loving heck. But before the Switch, man, did I get my money's worth out of my 3DS.
Oh, yeah.
DS, 3DS, whichever.
Yeah.
Also, yes, Street Pass was the best.
Street Pass was great. I really wish that they continued to use that in Switch.
Right?
I genuinely don't know why they didn't.
I've got such a big screen now, and I could have gotten a stylus, and you know how much I would have just utilized Swap Note?
Oh man, some of the stupid little games that they had in 3DS. That, yeah, was it slop? Yes. Did I love it? Yes. I had a garden made exclusively of cacti, right? I didn't care. I thought that was cool.
The Street Pass garden was fun.
Yeah. I genuinely don't know why they stopped doing that.
Before they took it away from the online services, like, I don't know if they called it the same thing in other countries, but there was the little game, the little function for 3DS. I called it Swap Note. I think that's what it was called here.
Yeah, it was Swap Note. You could do animations in it, or you could just simply, like, draw little panels, and people would access it from Street Pass, but it would also work online to anybody on your friends list. And I was working at a convenience store at the time when I was using this the most, and I had people, not even just friends. I think you're mixing up two different things, because there was Swap Note and Flip Note. Flip Note was the animation, Swap Note was the one that you would do through Street Pass.
Yeah, well, what I meant about, like, the animation side was that some people would just, like, flick through the pages really quick. Could you do
right. Yeah, I see what you mean.
But what I effectively did with Swap Note was I would draw these tiny little stupid comics in it every day while I was at work. And there were people with 3DSs who knew I worked there, but we weren't, like, we're friends or anything, but they would come by that convenience store just to see what I'd drawn that day.
Yeah.
And that was just hilariously fun.
Man, that would be really cool to do, like, just on the Switch in general, having, like, the ability to subscribe to someone's note, and so you could send out a note to everyone on your friends list every day. That'd be really cool.
Free ideas, Nintendo.
It's not just necessarily free ideas, Nintendo. Like, there's no reason why other companies can't do that. But no one has done that. There's been a few notepad notepad software on the Switch and Switch 2, but, like, nothing with interactivity. I don't know. I don't know why they haven't done that. You know, it's strange. Have you seen Monster Hunter Gen? The 3D is great, especially the cutscenes. Yeah, the 3D on the 3DS for Monster Hunter Generations was phenomenal. They did a really good job I think, you know, when they were trying it out with 3, they did a good job. It was a little, I think it was a little bit crunchy. It was a little bit crunchy on 3. With 4, it was a little bit better, and then Generations was just, they blew it out of the park. But that was, again, that was towards the end of the life cycle, so, like, everyone knew all the tricks by that point. But, so, if you compared Monster Hunter Generations to, say, I don't know, Ocarina of Time, the 3D looks better in Generations. It just does. But the reason for that is because Ocarina of Time came out right at the beginning of the 3DS lifespan, and, they were tricks that were discovered by the time Generations came out. But I still say, I think that the 3D in Star Fox was probably the best because it was so simple. You know, I didn't need to screw around with things. It was just so simple and it worked. And I think that's more important is, you know, 3D looks good. I enjoy the 3D, but it's the implementation of 3D that matters. Is that if you've chucked 3D into a game because it's on the 3DS, it's got to have 3D. Okay. There's so many games with 3D where the 3D is utterly busted.
Yeah, there were a few.
There were a few games that I played where some of the background components look closer to the screen than the foreground components. Like, they'd gotten the layering backwards, which sucks. And then there's other ones where there wasn't any proper 3D. It was just kind of this warping effect of the screen. And it's like, that looks awful. But
Codename Steam was one of those ones where sometimes the foreground and the background got a bit confused.
Steam, yeah, for the most part, Steam was great, but
I thought
there
that
were a
Codename
few
Steam was
scenes
pretty...
where it was weird.
Yeah, and it did lead me to nearly bugger up a couple times in my missions. But like for otherwise a really good game, I did end up turning off the 3D effect on that one.
Do you know what game?
It didn't work in every game.
Do you know what game used 3D perfectly?
Oh, how many guesses do I get?
1.
Oh. I give up.
Senran Kagura. Senran Kagura used the 3D perfectly. It really did.
Yep. I left myself open to that.
Senran Kagura used 3D absolutely perfectly. There is not a single game on the 3DS that used 3D, that implemented 3D better than Senran Kagura. Okay?
And the motivation to do it was amazing.
It was great. I love Senran Kagura.
Well, it's lucky that 1 is just already a really good game.
Yeah.
But
I'm actually...
Again, like, the motivation being, like, I want to make a game on the 3DS because I want to see boobs in 3D.
Yeah. Perfect logic. Absolutely perfect logic. Someone looks at the 3DS and goes, I can work with this. No, he didn't work with this. He cooked with this, right? But no, I was really disappointed with the Senran Kagura Burst renewal. I was so disappointed with that because they completely changed the game. Senran Kagura Burst is a really good side-scrolling beat-em-up. And then they ruined it. I was so disappointed with Burst renewal.
Okay, I'll put in my 3DS games to get eventually. Yes! Do that stylish. If for nothing else, then you can say you've played it.
I'll probably play Senran Kagura on the channel at some point. I need to find the right time and the right opportunities to do it. Because, of course, I want to play 3DS games. But I will probably play them at some point on the channel. I'll have to turn off some of the... there's nothing explicit about them. That's the thing. It's just an ecchi game. It's naughty. It's a little bit suggestive. It's not that bad.
I mean, look, you could change the
It's not as bad
settings
as the
and
anime.
hook up. Yeah. You could change the settings and hook up the PlayStation 4.
Oh yeah, I might even do that. The point is
'Cause
that I do intend playing it at some point. It's just I need to have the right timing for it, you know?
Where are we up to? Okay. I think I had one of the games before eShop closed. Okay. Got a few before dealers. Did you give it a shot? Did you end up playing it?
Sorry, I'm just responding to someone else.
No, that's fine. I'm reading through what people are saying between cold and stylish, and I also saw your comment up there before, OJ, with the door. Wow. So OJ answered my question about recognizing faces, and he said, I can't recognize faces. I somewhat recently discovered I can't even recognize my own. I got a haircut, walked out of the building, saw a mirror, and held the door open for a minute.
Oh, damn. Man, that sucks.
You're doing well to get through life all the same.
Yeah.
But, okay, so that's something for us to keep in mind.
Colt says, I wish Switch would allow, like, Wii weather channel, since some Wii games use night and day weather mode. Oh! I thought, okay, do you know what? When I started reading that, I thought you were joking that you wanted the weather channel on the Switch. And I was actually going to join you for that and say, hey, yeah, absolutely. We should have weather channel. But no, you're absolutely right. It used the local weather to apply to games. I completely forgotten about that. Actually, speaking of things that I'd forgotten about, we're only, what, 3 hours into the stream?
Only?
I may or may not have forgotten to put the community hangout logo up. Just as a reminder that this isn't a gaming stream, that this is a chatting stream.
Hey, I think we've all been having fun.
I think we've been having fun. I just forgot to put the bloody logo up. And I will once again point out that if you pay too much attention to the community hangout logo, you will notice that it is correctly flickering at the same rate as a neon light. I spent hours doing that, and most people are not going to notice.
Too much attention.
Yeah, most people are not even going to notice. But yeah, I'm
certainly not going to. My eyes are not good enough for it.
Most people are not going to notice that it is actually flickering at the correct rate. But YouTube is scared of Jiggle. You show them jelly, it crap itself. Oh my goodness, the jelly in that game though. That's the worst part about video game characters. You know, you get older, they stay the same age. I've turned into a dirty old man, but it's not because I'm a dirty old man. I've turned into a dirty old man because I'm still in love with the characters that I fell in love with years ago. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. That kind of sucks, really. Oh well.
It's
we
flickering.
can enjoy our fiction.
I'm gonna cry. It's flickering, he said. You have the Tims. What's the Tims? I saw the sign, but I don't see the flickering. You really can't see the flickering? Maybe it's a little bit too fast then. Because I can see the flickering.
Fast, but it might also
now,
be
admittedly, my eyes are like Walt Disney. My eyes are like Walt Disney. I can spot a single frame that's out of place. I can. I'm really good with that. So maybe that's the reason I can see the flickering and you guys can't. My eyes work at a higher frame rate. Sorry, tism.
Yeah, you are
oh, right.
Way.
Do I have the tism? I'm sure we all have a tism in our own way. But yeah, I'm a bit of a perfectionist. I recently remade all of my overlays. You probably didn't notice. The reason I had to remake my overlays was because the purple was slightly the wrong color. Spent 5 hours remaking my overlays because the purple was slightly wrong. So yeah, I think I've got a bit of the tism, okay? I really do.
I think everybody's got one.
Everyone's got their own little tism, I think.
It's a sliding bar at the end of the day.
It is. Yeah, absolutely.
We just didn't really have, like, the science and the diagnoses for it until recent years. Whereas for some people it's more severe than others. Like, that person's a little bit particular about which direction the light comes through the window. That person's a little bit particular about sound. And that person collects skulls.
Yeah, everyone's got a thing. For me, I don't know.
Into the thief and the cobbler. How do you mean?
What was the thief and the cobbler? I don't remember that one. I know the cobbler's elves. What's the thief and the cobbler? I probably do know it. I have heard it. I just don't recognize it.
It's a really old story, and I think it actually had an even older animated film.
Oh, I've seen the Arabian Nights thing. Do you know what? We went to a really cool animation event quite a few years back now. And they did Thief and the Cobbler as shadow puppets. Like in there's an Arabic come Indian tradition of doing shadow puppets using like flat pieces of paper. And yeah, we watched Thief and the Cobbler was one of the shadow puppet shows that they put on. I don't recall though.
See, I search the Thief and the Cobbler, and I get mostly information about the unfinished.
The unfinished animated movie. Yeah, that's cool. The thing that's coming to the top of the list for me as well.
Apparently, Vincent Price was a voice in it.
Yeah, and Matthew Broderick was also the main character.
There's like 4 different versions of it too.
But yeah, I'd seen a shadow puppet version. I haven't actually seen. I don't know.
The Thief and the Cobbler was an animated movie that got cancelled after 20 years of production due to director's perfectionist.
I'm not that bad. I'm not a pathological. I'm not a pathological perfectionist, but I do like to focus and get everything as right as is possible. The Thief and the Cobbler is legendary in the animation community. Handmade 60 FPS. Yeah, as far as I remember, made by one man until he died. So Disney finished it. Did they? I don't think Disney did finish it properly.
Well, that's what I mean about how there's apparently 4 versions.
No pun intended, but they just cobbled together what they could and released an incomplete version.
The work print, The Princess and the Cobbler, Arabian Night, and the Recobbled Cut.
The Recobbled Cut. Nice, I like it. At least I'm not the only one saying it. Okay, well, that's, I might take a look into that. I think I saw the Thief and the Cobbler was a... it was on a lost media list as an honorable mention. Because we'll never get to see the full finished version. I think I'd seen it on that one. Maybe it wasn't the Thief and the Cobbler then that I saw at the... I thought... okay. I don't know. I thought it was the Thief and the Cobbler. I might be wrong. It was like an animation thing. Hang on. Thief and the Cobbler Arabian Nights. Is it an Arabian Nights?
Well, Arabian Night was one of the names for it, apparently, when it was published.
Is... blah, blah. Oh, right, okay. No, it wasn't one of the 1001 Nights, but it was inspired by... it was inspired by a number of the Arabian Nights, the 1001 Nights tales. Right. Okay. So maybe it was something else that was like that was the inspiration that we saw, but yeah, I thought we had seen it. Clearly, I'm wrong.
I mean, that was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. Yeah, that's true.
Because that was one of the ones that you went into the city with some friends of ours, and I didn't actually get to go because I was working
that's
late.
Right. Yeah. Lost media specifically is media that was released but is no longer available. Yeah, that's why it was an honorable mention. It was put forward as an honorable mention on the list because it wasn't actually lost, but we will never get the completed version of the movie the way that the original artist intended. That's why they said, you know what, it's not really lost media, but unfortunately, we will never see the whole thing.
Yeah, we'll not see what it was he envisioned.
Yeah. Yeah. Which is, you know, I think that's fair. I think that's fair as an honorable mention. But, yeah. It's a shame, you know. There's so many people out there that have, like, really amazing ideas and the dedication to do it. But then, sadly, you know, things get in the way, things get interrupted, and unfortunately, in this case, the creator died. And, you know, it is lost media. It is. Because it was always supposed to exist.
I guess it's good that at least some version of it still exists, though.
Yeah.
That it didn't go completely unknown.
High School of the Dead would qualify that?
Really?
As lost media? I don't think so. I've got that on DVD.
Well, no, maybe more one of those, it didn't, like maybe the creator wasn't able to bring out...
Oh, yeah, true, you're right. There was supposed to be a season 2. Here. As same goes with Monster Musume, there was going to be a season 2 of that as well. They started working on it and then they just didn't. The creator of High School of the Dead died. Yeah, I was the same with what's it called? Dragon Maid. Dragon Maid was another one.
Yeah.
The creator died for that as well.
And Berserk.
And Berserk. Oh my goodness.
Berserk was a tough one.
It sucks, but I think he's better off not seeing what they're doing to Berserk these days.
Well, no, the additional material, like in all the other media, is not the issue. Because clearly the creator didn't care enough about that one to put a stop to it. But it was the finishing of the actual manuscript and the manga which was the problem.
Yeah.
And it was only because he had gone to a close friend of his one night and said, I've figured it out. And just blurred all of the story until right to the end to him.
Yeah.
that we're going to see the end of Berserk actually finish properly, because his team was still drawing it.
Yeah.
The editors were working with whatever notes they had, and then they were able to bring on that friend as a creative advisor to say, this is how the story's supposed to go.
Yeah.
So they were doing their best to write what they think his vision is. So it's tough, but I feel confident at least it's in good hands.
Yeah, like the new manga stuff, absolutely. But like the anime, oh good lord.
They did make another one, did they?
The stupid, horrible 3D animation that they did for Berserk
Yeah,
was
but I
just...
thought they...
I hope he didn't see that. I really do. Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, that's where it was. Thank you, Stylish. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I haven't watched Kobayashi's Dragon Maid in a few years now. I really should sit down and watch it again. I do like to rewatch my anime, and Kobayashi's Dragon Maid is one of them, which are just... It's such a good show. Like, genuinely. Everyone likes to focus on the boobs, as usual. It's like, oh, it's just a booby anime. It's like, it's not. It's not. It is such a good show. And if you think, if people are thinking to themselves, man, it's just a booby anime, you are really doing it a disservice, and you're doing yourself a disservice, because it's a great show. But yeah, Stylish, no worries. You have fun. You head off, do what you need to do, and we will catch you next time.
Thank you for joining us. It's been really fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you to everyone who's been joining us. We got quite a fair few people. I can't speak. We've got a fair few people here in the chat right now. And hey, you know what? If you're enjoying this, please do consider leaving a thumbs up to let YouTube know that you liked it, and consider subscribing, because we're going to be doing these community hangouts more regularly. We're looking at potentially doing them every fortnight. I mean fortnight with a GH. Yeah, I saw your comment, Ronald. Did Aneurin just say Fortnite? Yes, I did. Not that Fortnite.
I should do like a fake, like release screen of you being added to Fortnite as a character.
Do you know what? Let me tell you something.
I would learn
right?
Blender just for that shitpost.
My girl Kizuna Ai is currently in Fortnite, and that still isn't gonna get me into Fortnite, right?
That's okay. There's a lot of other people who are downloading again just for that.
If I get like millions of subscribers and I become a worldwide phenomenon, and they put me in Fortnite, I still wouldn't play Fortnite. I'm serious.
I have more fun watching other people play Fortnite than the idea of playing it myself.
I used to watch Pat playing Fortnite.
Yeah, I used to watch Pat playing Fortnite.
I used to watch Pat playing Fortnite. It was always funny when he lost. Love you, man. So, Kobayashi Dragon Maid's creator died? Yeah, they did. So they just started production on season 3. Was it season 3 or season 2?
It may have been season 2.
It was Kobayashi Dragon Maid S, it was called. And they just started production on it when they passed away. And then they said, you know what, we're going to finish the season, and then we're going to... we won't make any more. But they did make a couple of OVAs, if I'm correct. Oh, so sad, too bad. I like that show. Yeah,
I don't think that's meant to come across as disrespectful.
So sad, too bad, what a pity, never mind.
Like, well, how's he supposed to? Like,
yeah. No, it's fair, yeah. Not a lot we can do about it right now, is there?
Oh, well, the good news is that the original manga creator is actually still around.
Of?
Kobayashi's Dragon Maid. So the manga creator is still around. He was the director of the anime because he passed away in the Kyoto animation arson.
Yes, he did. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, he was a part of the arson. Yeah.
Yeah, he wasn't one of the ones who,
I thought
just
I
keel
thought the
over and have a heart
mangaka died
attack.
as well. Because
No, the
they're not
mangaka
making
is
any
still
more
alive.
manga either.
Possibly because of grief? I don't know. It could just be that the manga is just already finished. I don't think it was as long a series as some of the others. Let's see. People are going to have to listen to me Google.
Oh, apparently in June of last year, there was a movie that was released. Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid, A Lonely Dragon Wants to Be Loved. I didn't know about that. Okay.
No, it's actually still being made. The manga is still being drawn.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so original
I didn't
run
know.
from May. Sorry?
I didn't realize. I thought they'd stopped.
No, it was it's just the anime which they sort of they slowed down and pulled back on because the director passed away. Well, let's not sugarcoat it, he was murdered.
He was. Yeah. Absolutely.
1,000-year pox on the arsonist. But yeah, there you go. If anybody ever wants to pick up the manga, it's still going. Though I prefer if some manga actually just do end. And I don't mean oh, it should just stop, make it go
Yeah,
away.
no, I know what you mean. There's some things really do need an ending. Like,
there's nothing wrong with
The Simpsons.
concluding. Oh, that's a discussion for a different day.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, personally, I stopped watching around season 1362. It just wasn't the same after that. Yeah. Oh, boy.
Okay. Closing that now.
So we could do some gaming now if you want. If people are interested in playing some Mario Kart, or perhaps I was gonna say Jackbox, but I don't actually know if I got Jackbox installed. I've been saying Jackbox all the time, but I actually do not recall if I have Jackbox.
Yeah, that might be a problem. Well, look, how about we leave this one up to the chat? If you're here,
obviously.
if you're
Actually, I can do a thing.
Even if you've sort of fallen asleep at your keyboard or with your phone on your face, let us know now if you'd be interested in playing something. We have a couple of games we could play. Probably going to be on Nintendo Switch. So I'm going to do one of these.
Yep. Okay, there is now a poll. There's now a poll in chat. Hit the button. Do you want us to continue just chatting? Or do you want to try and play a game? I think I don't know if there's just one person that's voted. Oh, it is. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, I think chat have spoken. It just says 100% game.
Well, I haven't voted, so I can't see the results.
No, that's fine. Yeah, so we'll leave that up. I think that's gonna be. Oh, is it gonna be like 10 minutes or something? I'm not sure. We'll leave that for like. We'll keep that going for about 10 minutes or so. And then we'll end the poll and we'll see what's winning. No one is voting. Oof. No, that's fine. It takes a while before people notice chat, and the other thing as well is, why the hell is it appearing on my screen? Hang on a minute.
Because it's a part. It's a part of YouTube chat.
That
so
should not be there. That really should not be there. I'm gonna have to do something with that.
I guess the good news is that that's only showing what we see as well.
I know, I'm aware of that, but it shouldn't be there at all.
I know.
See if I can inspect element on this. Yes, I can. You might see me fixing chat in real time. What's that? That's not it. Nothing?
Doing it live.
We're doing it live! Oh, I know why. I know why. I gotta click on that. There we go, inspect element. Cool. So that is... I think that's it. Live chat banner renderer. Oh!
Oh.
Oh, wait, no, that's banner manager. I've turned the banner manager off. Huh. Live chat banner. If I was to hide that. Display. None.
Oh, welcome back, Stylish.
It still shows some of it. I don't know why it's not, Okay, that's something I'm gonna have to fiddle with later. I'm not gonna be able to do that live. That's annoying. I'm not happy that that's like that. I'm especially not happy because the text is... Sorry, the chat is behind it. Like, if it was at the top, that would be fine, but, yeah, that's clearly not being styled. I'm not ready for that. So I'm going to have to do something at least to fix it. But yeah, it takes a little while before people notice stuff like that. Because, you know, it takes a while for it to actually go out to everyone's chat to say that there's a thing there. I need to refresh now, don't I? There we go. There we go. Yeah. But, okay, chat has spoken. There's currently 80% chat and 20% game. So, I guess we keep chatting. Alrighty, that's fine with me. Less for me to do. We'll probably only keep going for like another hour or so anyway. We'll probably finish around, well, between 10:30. I mean, if we're not playing games, we'll finish a little bit earlier. I actually started off today with a bit of a sore throat. It's feeling better, funnily enough. Usually, you know, when you got a sore throat, it gets worse over time, but I think just using my voice, it's kind of stretched out my vocal cords, so I don't have as much of a sore throat as I had before. But still, I don't want to push it. You know, I don't want to push it. Is 5 hours the normal length for a stream? Usually I go from 6 o'clock till 11.
Yeah, and anything after 11 is where we're starting to push it.
Yeah.
That's mostly because of me.
Yeah, Kiko needs to go to bed.
And it's part of why Aneurin also starts the streams a little earlier now.
Yeah.
He used to start them at 6:30, but he's pulled it back to 6 o'clock. And that's the intention there, is to try to get what little time... I say little time chatting done earlier, and then getting to the game and spend more time in the game. But we sort of slid backwards on that one lately, so we're going to try and get back to that as well.
I think with doing just chatting streams, it's going to be easier for me to, you know, keep on track in future.
Yeah, it helps get it out of your system.
Yeah, it
to
does.
Begin with.
It really does.
It's like, oh, we've had a great big long old chat. There's not too much else to discuss. You might go over a few things, but if you can keep it to like 10 to 30 minutes, you can go like, okay, that's all right, now we're on to the game.
Yeah. I think for a gaming stream, like 5 hours is fine, but like for a chatting stream, I think I think it is easy to like run out of things to talk about. Even me. I know, shocking, right? I think even for me, it is possible to like run out of things to talk about, and as such, maybe 4 hours is a good time for a chatting stream, as opposed to like 5 or 6 hours. But it all depends on what we're talking about, because maybe we will go on for, maybe there are times that we will keep talking till midnight. Who knows?
Yeah, it would obviously depend on the day, but that's the whole point, is that this is a stream to hang out the community. This is for us to chat with you guys and you guys to tell us stuff. We've learnt a lot tonight. You've given us a lot of things to think about. Heck, there's even some comments that we didn't get to that I did see, and I was just keeping them in my pocket, either for a chance to bring it up or like, oh, that might be something to talk about later.
One of the other things as well that Community Hangout does give us an opportunity to do is that if you've been here since the beginning of this year, you may have already seen the Aneurin 3.0 video, or the stream. The Aneurin 3.0 stream is not something that's like a one-time deal. We're going to be doing more updates. I'm going to be calling them DLC, just for the sake of, theming. But there's going to be 3.1, which will probably be happening April 1st. And one of the things that being able to do a community stream allows us to do is we get to like do little announcements, like what we're planning on doing going forward. It allows us to really like let you know, hey, 3.1 is coming up, or ask you questions. What is it you like about the overlays? What is it you don't like about the overlays? And is there something that you think that I could be doing better? It obviously will ultimately come down to, is that something I want to change? But it will end up being, I want some back and forth. I want some communication with you guys. And it's not very easy, I think this is something that I've noticed with other YouTubers, other VTubers and stuff like that, is that if there's an issue, like there's an error, like this, for example, right? This is a mistake. This shouldn't be like this. There's not really an opportunity during most streams to talk about it. I can't. I think most people would be like, oh, I don't like this about your overlays in the middle of a regular stream, because it's not relevant to the stream, or it wouldn't necessarily be something you put in the comments afterwards, because it wouldn't be relevant. But I think in a stream like this, we can also take a moment, we can take a few minutes, we can take half an hour, we can take a whole hour if necessary, to talk about things and where they're heading, which direction we're going, and what do you guys like and what do you guys dislike about it, and can we make any changes? Is there something we can fix? And being able to do that regularly means that I know then going into 3.1, whatever the next DLC pack is going to be, what it is you guys might be looking for, Is there a good idea that you guys have that you want me to do? And we can figure that out together. And that's one of the things that I think is really important about this channel. One of the things that I think is important about my channel is that there's back and forth. It's not just, this is me preaching to you guys. I want you guys to be able to talk to me as well. I don't like the word fans. I've always said this. I don't like the idea that you guys are my fans. I like the idea that you guys are you're my watchers, you're my chat, you're whatever you are. I don't want to think of it as a, I'm the leader and you guys follow situation.
I've been using the term visitor lately.
Visitors, yeah, that works too.
Like, a lot of people would say just the viewers.
Yeah.
Which it's not inaccurate, but yeah, I've been liking the term visitor lately.
like, I don't want to, at the same time, I don't want to necessarily go too far as well with that and then say, like, oh, we're all friends. I mean, we're all friendly here, sure, and there's no reason that people can't be friends with creators, but, you know, to be able to say that everyone who turns up is a friend is maybe going a bit far, and, you know, it's just one of those things, you know, where there's a balance. There's always balance. Balance is important. And, you know, I sometimes see people who say that everyone is a friend, and I think to myself, man, there are going to be people in the chat that are going to get that so wrong. That they're going to look at things and they're going to be like, oh, but we're friends. I was like, nah, that doesn't work out. That rarely works well. You know, the parasocial side of things, it rarely works out. So yeah,
You have to be really careful sometimes about, while not being unfriendly, just drawing where the line is.
yeah. I think if people out there think of me as a friend, you're probably right. I think that's, if you think that I have said something, or we have done things outside of the stream, you're probably right. If not, then I still appreciate you. I still think of you as an acquaintance, and I'm grateful that you have found us. You know, that you are here, that you are enjoying the stream, because that means a lot to me. I don't do this for my own benefit, really. I do this because I want to entertain. And if I'm doing that, then I'm doing it right. And that's ultimately what's important to me, is that you guys are having a good time. Can I borrow £9,000? I swear I'll pay it back because I'm your friend. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'll wire it to you now. Hang on a minute. Let me get my phone. There you go. Hang on a minute. I got it. £9,000 of manure. Got it. No problem. Coming straight to your doorstep. I've actually told them if they knock on the door and there's no one there, they'll just dump her on the porch. Not a problem. There you go. £9,000 of manure coming straight to you, man. No problem. I'll sort that out. Easy.
Because we're friends.
Because we're friends. But yeah, no, I think that I don't think that just because you've not been here for very long that you don't have a right to critique. Everyone does. Everyone does. I think everyone has the right to tell me that this shouldn't be there. My crops are gonna be like this. Yes, they are. Alrighty, so we got still everyone still says chat, so I'm gonna end the poll now. Hopefully that'll disappear. Please go away. Thank you. I'll figure that out eventually. Yeah, I'll fix that. I'll figure out a way to fix that. I don't. Only 6 votes. That's fine. That's cool. That's about right, actually. Do you know what? Considering we've got a fair few people. Well, we got like 34, 35. Hang on a minute. Let me refresh.
I would probably treat that as there's a few people who've put us on in the background.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like it's either work time, study time,
yes,
vacuuming the floor time.
And that's the thing, that's what I was going to say. It sounds about right having about 6 active people in the chat, even though I've got 30 people watching. And from what I've seen is like there's a good percentage of people that watch me on television. So if they watch me on television, they can't take part in the polls. So there's that as well. The analytics, the options that you have in YouTube to see your analytics is actually really interesting. Like, you learn a lot. I don't know how to utilize most of it, but you do learn a lot, like where a lot of people are coming from, the sort of other streamers that they watch. That's another thing, is like seeing what people who watch my channel also watch on the side is really it's really interesting, because there's some weird stuff out there, man. Like, what was one of the ones that someone was watching one of my Zelda streams, and it was coming from like conspiracy theory channels. Now, I like my conspiracies too, right? But how do you find Zelda from conspiracy theory channels? I don't get that. I haven't figured that out yet. But some people were coming here because they were watching something that was a conspiracy theory, and they were being recommended my channel, and I'm like, you know what, I'll take it.
I think maybe the YouTube bot somehow associated you saying, yeah, no, stop trying to say that the Sheikah are evil.
Yeah,
that
that's
is
a
ridiculous.
conspiracy theory. Yeah.
And then
true.
suddenly, like, oh, there's direct traffic over here.
I just had a thought. Hold on a second. Is it possible that I was getting that because I kept saying pandemic?
Oh.
Xenoblade Chronicles 2 has got an attack in it called Pandemic. And every time it comes up, I'm like, okay, I'm going to use Pandemic next. I wonder if that's what it... I need to check my videos.
Yeah.
Have I been community noted?
Yeah, you better check that.
I wonder if I've been community noted on any of my Xenoblade Chronicles 2 streams.
Has that fuzzy onion gotten you in trouble?
Yeah, the fuzzy onion would, like, when it comes to anyone getting me in trouble, it's gonna be Tora, isn't it?
Yeah. Like that.
It doesn't look like I've got any community notes on those streams. And that was before we got Tora, so... Oh, no, that's the episode we did get Tora. So it wasn't going to be before that one. Alright, cool. Alright, no, I haven't been community noted, thankfully.
Majora's Mask was real? I mean, it might be. Don't joke.
I wasn't a fan of the music when I entered, but now I realize the music was probably important and probably would have left... would have left it if it was off.
Would have left if it was off.
Yeah. No, I think the music is really important. Ronald really got it the other day. He turned around and he said that the music feels like waking up from a... What was it? It was kind of... He was saying it was kind of dreamlike, but it was like waking up into the real world from like a virtual dream or something like that. I can't remember the exact words he used, but...
It was something like that.
That's exactly what I was going for. Like, if someone can get that, if someone was like, oh yeah, I think it's this, and it's like, yeah, that is exactly it, then I think I'm doing the right thing. Majora's Mask was real? Yeah, it was. Absolutely was. Majora's Mask was not a dream. Link wasn't dead the entire time. I'm drawing and I hear you. I really wish to add a third screen. Stop switching to... Oh! Do you know what? I've got two screens, and the thing that I've learned about having two screens is it doesn't hurt to have three screens.
Yeah.
And I'm sure when I get three screens, what I will learn from having three screens is it's never a bad idea to have four screens.
It's become the technology, like the computer technology equivalent problem to the handbag problem.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't fit everything I need to into my handbag. I'll start getting a bigger handbag. And then you just put more things in it.
Yeah. It's the same with inventories, you know, in video games. You're like, I don't have enough room to fit everything in my inventory. I'm constantly encumbered. All right, I'm gonna have to find a way to increase my inventory. Okay, I can improve my inventory by increasing my strength. All right, I'll focus on strength. Oh, brilliant! My inventory is now twice as big. Damn, I've just run out of inventory space. You know,
exactly.
You will always find things to put in it.
Mm-hmm. And that's one of the reasons why I still carry around this one handbag, which is a lot smaller than a previous one, which was more like a side satchel, like a big messenger bag.
Yeah.
because I just realized I was just stuffing more things, and I'm like, this is gonna hurt my back.
Oh yeah.
I
Yeah,
don't need all these
definitely.
things. I don't need to pack like I'm going out into the wilderness for a week.
Now, I do know that I will be picking up some new monitors in the future. Because I've got I currently got a TV next to me, right? I've got a TV on my left. And, it's a decent sized TV. I think it's like a 30 inch or something like that. 20, maybe 27, I'm not sure. Wait, no, my monitor is a 28. So that one's gotta be like a 36 or something. Do I have a measuring tape? I don't. Anyway,
Do you?
I probably do. I just don't know where it is. Anyway, I've got this TV next to me. It's a decent sized TV. It's I would say it's nearly twice the size of my monitor in terms of area. It's not like double the height and double the width. It's about double the size though. Yeah, it's fine. But I will be changing it out for a monitor in the future because the way I've got my desk set up, it's a corner desk. And so I've got my PC in the corner. I've got my two screens arranged vertically. So I don't have two screens next to each other. I've got one above the other one. The one at the top is a little monitor. The one underneath it is my big main monitor. I'm going to be swapping off this TV for a monitor. And the reason I'm going to be doing that is because to the left of me is going to be a new PC setup. And that isn't going to be a regular PC. It's going to be a very, very new take on a retro PC. Because I'm going to be setting up a ZX Spectrum. That should be sent out to me soon. I recently saw it in my credit card that shipping has already been taken out. So
Oh, really?
yeah, so that's on its way. So I'm really excited. I'm really looking forward to that. And I'm wondering what I'm going to be able to do. I might have my TV and put it to the right of me, because that's where I've got a bunch of consoles and things. But what I'm thinking right now is, to my left, I'm going to have a ZX Spectrum. And so I want to get a new monitor for that one. And to the right of me, I'll have consoles. Which is kind of where they already are. Like, at the moment, I've got my Switch, I've got my Xbox, and I've got my Atari 2600 plugged in. And I want to be able to quick swap. That's the other thing. I want to be able to quick swap my consoles if I can. I do have my NES Mini as well, which I can plug in at pretty much any time. But I do want to be able to plug in my ZX Spectrum Next. That's what it's called, the Spectrum Next. I want to be able to plug that in and be able to do streams from my Next. The big three, Nintendo, Microsoft, and Atari? Absolutely, man. I gotta be honest, I'm not a big fan of PlayStation these days. I liked the PlayStation 4, I thought that was great. There's a lot of amazing games on PS4. Just not been feeling it for PS5. Really. It's like, I think I like the even PlayStations. PS2, great. PS3, eh. PS4, great. PS5, eh. Kiko, are you there?
Yeah, I was trying not to sneeze.
Oh, right, okay.
I thought I'd have to mute.
You could ruin your entire career before it even starts.
I've sneezed before.
Not on stream, you haven't.
Haven't I? Oh, that's lucky.
Soon your
I
room
guess.
will become Kevin's bedroom from Home Alone. Your entire wall will be screens. Yeah. That'd be cool. that'd be nice. Not even gonna mess with, not messing, not joking. No, that would be nice. Yeah. Can I just have all screens, please? An entire wall of screens. One big one
They
in
did
the
that
middle.
in Ninja Turtles too.
Was that in Ninja Turtles as well?
In the 2003 cartoon, when they move from one layer to a bigger space, they go scavenging, and one of the things that happens is they just collect a whole bunch of TVs.
Oh, okay. I don't.
Yeah, and they're
remember
all
that.
like CRTs.
Yeah.
And yeah, they just build this wall of TVs.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind one of that. I want like a big screen in the middle, and then lots of smaller but still decently sized screens around the outside, so that I can literally look at everything. I want to be able to see everything. I want every program I have open in its own screen, and it's kind of necessary, really, as a streamer. You know, I've had like 3 screens before. Right, I had 2 small screens to go with my main screen, and that was fine, and it worked just fine. And I figured, I wouldn't need 3, because I've got a screen up top which has got OBS in it, and I've got a screen which has got my game on it. But the number of times I need to go and do something else, and it requires me to change my screen from HDMI input back to PC input, is staggering. Like, genuinely, I didn't think that I would need to change screens as often as I do. And so I realized that, 3 screens is probably what I'm going to need. But I'm very sure that when I get a 3rd screen, I'm going to find a good use for having a 4th screen, Just the way it is.
Yep.
But, yeah.
The bigger handbag problem.
But the other one, though, of course, like I said, the monitor that I want to use for the Spectrum, that's going to be kind of its own thing. I'll probably have it so that I can connect the Spectrum to my PC so that we can play Spectrum games on stream at some point. I'm really looking forward to that. I'm going to be doing... Ooh, I was going to do a live stream off of my phone so I could do like an unboxing of the Spectrum when it arrives. And the same goes for the Atari, actually. My Atari's on the way as well. That should be arriving in the next couple of weeks. So I've got another Atari 2600, but it's the Pac-Man 40th Anniversary Edition. So it's a bright yellow Atari 2600 with a bunch of wireless Atari 2600 controllers. And some games too. A collector's set of 4 games. So I think I'm gonna have to figure out. Well, firstly, I'm gonna have to clean in here.
Yeah, it's getting a bit cluttered.
It is. It's getting really cluttered at the moment. I've got a bunch of stuff that I haven't even looked at yet. I've got the talking about Spectrum Next. I've got I get Spectrum Next magazine. And I've got them in a pile on my desk. I've had them underneath other books because I've been squishing them flat. I need to actually read them. I haven't read the Christmas edition yet. But I've also got like the Metroid Prime visual guide, which is something like I was really hoping that tonight I would be able to take some photographs and show you what was inside the visual guide. The Metroid Prime visual guide. It's an excellent book. And unfortunately, I just haven't had the opportunity to take photographs because, honestly, I don't want to take photographs while the office isn't clean. And I didn't get a chance to do that. I've also got the Day 1 edition of Terminator 2D No Fate, which I still haven't opened. I bought that before Christmas. And I wanted to do like an unboxing of it, and still haven't done it. Still just sitting there. So we'll see. We'll see because things are there's gonna be more things to do in the future, Whether it be like I record myself doing an unboxing, and then I play it as a part of the stream, or I upload it as its own video. I'm not sure. I haven't decided necessarily. Maybe if I can get something to work, like a wireless camera or something, maybe I'll be able to do a live stream using a camera rather than a live stream like what we have set up here. But there's lots of other ideas I've got planned for the future, and I hope you guys would be excited to see some of that. Especially the retro stuff. I miss doing retro stuff. I kind of started streaming as a retro gamer. You know? And I kind of
Yeah,
came...
I suppose so.
Yeah, I did. Oh, I definitely did. Admittedly, I was playing some stuff on Wii U at the time. But they were still like remakes of older games or remasters of older games. I started off as like a retro gamer. The first game I ever streamed was A Link to the Past, because it's my favorite game. And I wanted my favorite game to be the first game I played. That was a disaster. If you love a video game and you want to start streaming and you think to yourself, I want my first stream to be the game that I love the most, don't do that. It sounds cool. It sounds poetic. It's a little bit romantic. But don't do that, because you will hate yourself afterwards. Because no matter what you do, no matter how good you think you are, or how ready you think you are, you aren't. Right? You just aren't, okay? Things will go wrong. Things that you didn't think could go wrong will go wrong. Things that you know for a fact can't possibly go wrong will go wrong in your very first stream. They will. Is just the way of things, right? You want your first game that you play to be a game that you love, but not necessarily one that you know, not necessarily one that you love so much you're going to be so disappointed that it went horribly wrong. Because that's just the way of it, unfortunately. And that was the thing. I was so upset with myself. I thought that I had done... to me, like, I love A Link to the Past. I genuinely... Yeah. It is my favorite game. It is the game that really sucked me into video games. And... same with the original Legend of Zelda, but to a different degree. It was a game that I genuinely love. And I felt like I had insulted the game. That's how I felt. The first stream I ever did was A Link to the Past, and it went so poorly that I felt like I had insulted the game.
Which is why you should start by playing a game.
A game that you like.
Figure out all the things you are doing wrong because
Yeah.
you're brand new to streaming and or recording. And then go, okay, figure it out until later.
What did I do? It wasn't necessarily what I did. It was just that the sound was balked. The visuals were balked. There was this weird thing that, like I said, there are things that will go wrong that you will never have guessed to go wrong. For some reason, the sound desynced. And this was something I discovered was consistent. Every single time I streamed, the first few times I streamed, the sound would desync. So it would be like I would swing your sword in A Link to the Past, and like a second later, the sound would come through. And I tried to fix that by changing the synchronization settings to make it so that the sound, so that the gameplay was delayed by a second. But when I started up that stream, you would be able to hear the swing of the sword and then you would see it on screen. So there was no way to sync it up, because what was actually happening was gradually over time, the visuals and the sound desync would get worse and worse and worse. And I tested it, I checked it, I did a calculation, and over the course of 3 hours, the visuals and the sound would be 5 seconds out of sync. 5 seconds. So that was big. Like, that was huge. And it's something that no matter how much I tested, I never would have noticed that. Because you don't test streaming for 5 hours. You test stream for like 10, 20 minutes to see if everything works. And I didn't know, and usually in test streams, there's no one watching. So, yeah. And it was bad. It was really bad. I didn't do anything. Like, there was nothing that I said or did during the stream which I felt was wrong. It was just the setup. I wasn't aware of certain things. And I managed to figure out what was causing it. It was the way that I had HDMI coming into my PC. That's why it was balked. And eventually I got a splitter. I found that one of the best ways to do it was I had a splitter so that the HDMI would come into my screen, and what I saw was what I saw, and you saw what you saw, but they weren't necessarily at the same, timing.
Mm.
And it meant that you guys would be able to watch the stream, and it didn't feel like there was a delay, and I would be able to play the game, and it wouldn't feel like there was a delay, and in doing so, I was able to solve the synchronization issue. I don't think I fully understand what the synchronization issue was, even to this day, but it seemed to solve itself, so yeah. Style asked, had to look through your description, tried to look for who Kiko is, and if it wasn't for context, I would have to wait for someone to mention it, just so I didn't ask. Okay, so, yes, that's a really good point. I probably should introduce Kiko a little bit better. I think because we've been streaming for 3 years now, well, this will be the 3rd year, that's something that's easy to forget.
Most people just seem to know who we are.
Yeah, I think that's something that's easy to forget, that there's new people all the time. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. I should definitely introduce Kiko a bit better than that. Kiko is my wife, and she is my artist, and she is my head moderator. And,
Hello.
Yes. And so we've got these, that's why the avatars look the same, because she makes them. And, yeah. So, yeah, apologies for that. Probably should do better with that one, shouldn't I?
I mean, at very least, like, your description explains that I'm the artist.
Yeah, it does.
So
okay.
At least there's that part there.
I think in the future, it will... I think in the future, it'll make a little bit more sense. But I'm not going to get into that right now. I'm just going to drop some little hints as to things that might be happening in the future. Right? There are things in motion that will be really interesting in the future. We don't know when exactly these things will happen. Like I said, we're going to be doing the DLC updates. So April 1st was going to be the next, or is going to be the next one. What's the one after that? So it'd be April 1st, July 1st, October 1st, and then the one after that would be in January. So yeah, every 3 months we're going to be doing I believe it's going to be every 3 months. We're going to be doing a DLC patch, and one of them is going to be pretty damn big. Are you streaming on Twitch too? No. No. I was going to. There was going to be... I was going to start doing multi-streaming. I was planning on it, honestly. But unfortunately, there's a rule that a lot of people don't know about, and a rule that most people don't actually pay attention to, but it is a rule nonetheless, and it will get you banned if Twitch decide that that is the case. And the rule is that you cannot stream to YouTube and to Twitch at different levels of quality. So I stream to YouTube at 1440p with 2K. 2K standard, 1440p. You cannot stream to Twitch in 1440p unless you are you're at the first level of monetization. And if you apply for monetization over on Twitch, they check your streams. So, if I was to start streaming on Twitch, I would have to reduce the stream quality on YouTube to 1080p. That is a Twitch rule. The Twitch rule is that I would have to stream on YouTube at 1080p. So I decided I wasn't going to do that. I don't like that. I feel like there was mention of tyranny in the previous stream, and if anything is tyranny, I think that is, like, genuinely. Twitch are so scared of losing people to YouTube. And they lost me to YouTube, by the way. I used to stream on Twitch. They lost me to YouTube. But they're so scared of losing people to YouTube that they make it so that you cannot stream at a higher quality on YouTube. You have to stream at 1080p, the same as you do on Twitch, which I think is wrong. And I'm certainly not going to downgrade my stream just so I can stream on another platform.
Also, that's also one of the reasons Stylish.
Yes, Stylish is also correct. Yeah. Yeah, Stylish is also correct. If I've got, because I'm streaming on YouTube, if my YouTube chat is on the screen, Twitch will ban me for that. Supposedly. Like, they don't always, like, there's a lot of people that don't get banned for it, but once you're monetized, they will make sure that you don't. So, yeah. I'm not interested in that. I don't want to play their game, frankly. I think it's kind of pathetic. I think it's kind of childish. And I'm just going to go to platforms where they don't do that. YouTube is one. I believe Kick is another. I think Kick... I'm not saying that I'm going to Kick. I'm just saying I think Kick doesn't ask you to lower your YouTube quality. Odyssey doesn't ask you to lower your YouTube quality. Though that's a different system entirely. I'm gonna have to do a lot more research on Odyssey. But Odyssey looks like a good platform. And I may also be uploading all of my streams, all my past streams, over to Dailymotion as well. It's a mostly unused platform, to be fair, but it's nice to have a backup, you know? So I'm not scared that I'm gonna lose all my... If I was to lose my YouTube channel for some random reason, at very least all my content would be up somewhere else. And that would be Dailymotion, probably Odyssey at some point. And Odyssey is like I said, Odyssey is a bit of a different one because you kind of have to pay to upload content, and yeah, it's a weird system. It uses their own bespoke cryptocurrency. So when you upload something to Odyssey, you pay, but then every time someone watches your video on Odyssey, you gain some of those credits back. And then if someone gives you a thumbs up on Odyssey, you get some credits back. If someone leaves a comment on Odyssey, you get those credits back. So ultimately, even though you're paying to do an upload, you're gonna earn it back. You know, it's not like it's good grief. There's a couple of them out there now racing around. It's not like you're paying and you're losing money. You know, you're paying and you'll get those credits back. It's an interesting system. I do like the system. It's just it's going to take some learning before I do anything significant with it. But I would like to go to Odyssey at some point.
It'll take a while to figure out the platform properly,
Yeah.
to make it worthwhile.
Yeah, it's going to take a little while. But yeah, but this is all stuff that we're going to do. Like I said, like I mentioned, we're going to be doing these things, like I'm going to call them DLCs. And the DLC packages are going to be every 3 months, and there's going to be something that's going to change. And that could mean that we're going to start doing a different kind of content. We might do some video stuff. We might do some different streaming stuff. It might be simply a case of I get a new costume, a new outfit for my character. It might be that I've got a few extra poses for my character. It could be a lot of things. But there will always be some, like, something that I would consider to be a major update in every DLC pack. And that's going to be every 3 months. And we'll do a video for it every 3 months. Or, sorry, a stream for it every 3 months. And I'll make sure that everyone is kept up to speed with exactly what we're doing. I'm not going to... I've let too many things go for too long on this channel. And, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm sick of making promises and failing to keep them. So we're gonna do better. I promise you. I promise you we'll do better. Odyssey. Never heard of it. Is it like YouTube or Twitch? It's kind of like YouTube. A lot of YouTubers have an Odyssey account as well. It's spelt Odyssey, like that. I'd recommend checking it out. I already have an account over there. It's just a case of, you know, reaching a certain point. I think,
I need to dig up my login for that.
I think one of the things that I'm waiting for with Odyssey is getting to 1,000 subscribers on YouTube. Because they do have a system in place on Odyssey where you can literally transfer your entire YouTube library over to Odyssey with a click of a button. What it does is it uses the YouTube APIs to get your video and make a copy of it to their platform, and it will, you know, go live on their platform. And what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to do that, obviously, but you need to have 1,000 subscribers to do it. Because they don't want to give that option to literally who. And, you know, someone's got like 5 subscribers, but they got 10,000 videos, you know? Then, you know, that would be costing them a lot in the API. Because that's just the way it works. You know, it's a lot of processing power, it's a lot of GPU power to do the copying. That's a lot of storage space possibly being used, but it might be being used for no reason, you know? So it's limited to people with 1,000 subscribers or more. So once I get 1,000 subscribers, and you guys can help me out on that, if you're watching now and you're enjoying the stream so far and you're thinking to yourself, man, this guy's pretty cool, he's pretty chill. You know, give me a sub. But, you know, stick around. There's more coming, I promise. And I'm looking forward to it too. Like, I'm really excited about the changes and the updates that we will be implementing in the future. There's a lot of good stuff that's going to be happening. I've considered possibly streaming to X as well, but I'm not really sure how that works. I'll have to talk to Spaceys about that one. Another channel since Spaceys, because he's been playing since Space Invaders. I recommend you check out his channel as well. He's been streaming recently on YouTube and on Twitch, I think. And I recommend you check him out. He deserves a few views. He's a really cool guy. He's a good guy, and Ronald has been saying recently that like he's the only guy in Spacey's chat, which is insane to me because like when I go to X, when I actually go to where Spacey's is the most active, you know, it's like I go to X and I have got I've got 477 followers on X. 477. I look at Spacey's. He's got 13,000 followers on X. It makes no sense that I get so many people watching me and he gets no one. I don't know what the deal is with that one. I don't like that. He deserves it. He genuinely does. He's a great guy. He's got a great personality. He plays some great retro games. And he should have better streams, you know?
It could just be just some of the content he's doing. Because I just took a look at his YouTube. He hasn't streamed on YouTube for 6 months.
Oh, really? Oh, maybe he's just on Twitch then. Oh, okay, maybe he stopped YouTube.
He is still uploading videos to YouTube.
Yeah.
Like he does his other content.
Oh, well, that's fine then.
But with the live streams, yeah, for whatever reason, Spacey just doesn't get discovered because he has over 2,700
oh my goodness
subscribers on YouTube.
And he's not streaming on...
Oh
my goodness. Sorry, his video started playing.
Yeah,
he hasn't streamed for 7 months on Twitch either. Where is he streaming now?
Well, maybe he's deleting his stuff on Twitch because...
Oh, that's possible, yeah.
Yeah, Ronald said that he's still streaming there, but he might just be deleting it.
Alright, I'll have a chat with him later and find out.
Yeah, but yeah, he's not getting more than like 25 views, or wasn't getting more than 25 views on a lot of his live streams on YouTube. So I think it's just a discoverability thing. There might have just
I think so, yeah.
The games he was playing just wasn't catching people's attention.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's hard to say. Good lord, I didn't get to the mute button before that one.
No, I noticed. I reached for the mute button as well, but I missed it.
Oh, yes, we get it. You have a hole in your muffler and a very tiny penis.
Yeah, it is true. They do have tiny penises.
Hi, pal. Hi, JC.
Hey, pal.
What a
JC,
great time for
to
you
stream,
guys to walk in.
Yeah, I think we were about to close it down. It's 10:30 now. But yeah, welcome, guys. This has been a good stream. I think this has been a great one, actually. We've had a lot of people here, and I really, like I said, if you're enjoying this stream, if you've liked what you've seen here tonight, definitely subscribe. There's going to be more like this. We're going to be doing the Just Chatting streams every 2 weeks. So if you just want to come and hang out and chat with us, and we could talk about games, we could talk about gaming news. We didn't do much about gaming news this stream, but I guess we did kind of touch on Prince of Persia, and let's face it, if I did start talking about Prince of Persia, we would still be talking about Prince of Persia right now, because I am so angry at Ubisoft about just why do you exist? Seriously, why? What is the point of you anymore? Go away, go bankrupt, sell your IPs, please, so that someone who actually gives a shit about video games can actually make some. I'm not pulling my punches on that one. I'm really angry at Ubisoft. I would make a better Prince of Persia game. And I can't code. I'm so annoyed at them. Sands of Time is a phenomenal game, and I strongly recommend that you guys check out Prince of Persia Sands of Time. It's a great game. It's one of the best games on the GameCube. You can get a GameCube copy for like $30 these days, from what I've seen. Maybe a bit cheaper in the US. Alternatively, if you go to GOG, if you go to GOG right now, right, you will get Prince of Persia, the reboot, Prince of Persia Sands of Time, the best game out of the reboot series, Prince of Persia Two Thrones, which is the second best game out of the reboot series, and Prince of Persia Warrior Within, possibly the weakest game of the reboot series, but still a decent game. You can get all of those for $10 on GOG right now.
Oh man, I can get Breath of Fire 4 for $6.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, there's a lot of good games.
$6.99.
There's really a lot of good games on GOG right now.
Ooh, Witcher 2 for $4.10.
Actually, I tell you what, Stylish, it's not even necessarily that I like Prince of Persia. As a series, it's always been really interesting. Like, the very first Prince of Persia game is what we would now refer to as a cinematic platformer. And the reason it was called a cinematic platformer was because it wasn't like Mario, you know? Where you press the jump button and he jumps, you know? It's a cinematic platformer because every motion, every movement of the character looked and felt natural. So, like, if he did a jump, it would look like a realistic, you know, jump. If he grabbed over the edge and lifted himself up, it looked realistic. Yeah, every moosh. And that was because it was one of the first games to use rotoscoping. So, rotoscoping is when you film someone, and you basically animate over the top of it. Disney used to use this a lot. Rotoscoping was used in Star Wars to make the lightsabers, you know, stuff like that. Rotoscoping is a technique that is used to make really smooth and very interesting animations. And this was the first time rotoscoping was actually done to make a video game. And so the developer got, I think it was his brother. I think it was his little brother. And he was filming his brother doing a bunch of motions like running and jumping and stuff like that. And he used like a digital painting tool to paint over it, and that became the character in Prince of Persia. So it was doing incredible things from the start. And I would definitely say that the original Prince of Persia it's very historical. It's one of those things that I think it means a lot to gaming. But I wouldn't necessarily say that someone today might appreciate, unless you're a fan of retro games, I wouldn't necessarily say go out and play Prince of Persia, but I think it is important for people to understand its significance and its history and its place in gaming history. It's an important game. But then Prince of Persia kind of died. Like, there wasn't a lot. There were a bunch of games being released for it, but none of them really hit home. None of them landed. Prince of Persia 2 was a good one. Prince of Persia 2 was really good. But that was like the last one. Until Prince of Persia Reboot. It was just called Prince of Persia. We use the word reboot to signify it from the original one. But the new Prince of Persia came out on Xbox and PlayStation 2, I think. Really good. Well, for the time, it was okay. It's okay. So it was all right. I wouldn't say it's like an amazing game now in retrospect. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good game. And the follow-up to the Prince of Persia reboot was Sands of Time. And then suddenly, Prince of Persia was relevant again. Sands of Time was one of the best games of that generation.
It was the first one I ever played.
Yeah. It's the first one a lot of people played. And it was a game that utilized free running in a way that had never really been seen before. You know, there were games like Mirror's Edge, which is really well known for its free running mechanics. But it was Sands of Time that really was like, this is your free running game. This is it. The other follow-up games, not as good as Sands of Time. It would be very difficult for them to be fair. And then it disappeared again. Because Ubisoft didn't know what to do with it. And the reason they didn't know what to do with it was because they made Assassin's Creed. Assassin's Creed was always meant to be a Prince of Persia game. And then they went, we can make this its own thing. It doesn't have to be Prince of Persia. And so they made Assassin's Creed. And you can see it, can't you? Like the free running and the combat and everything. It's very similar. It's a cinematic platformer. In a way, as well as being an action game. And then they threw in all the stuff about the assassins and the Templars and everything like that. It was, but it was, the original Assassin's Creed was originally being developed as a new Prince of Persia. And once they got Assassin's Creed, and Assassin's Creed did well, they were like, we don't need Prince of Persia anymore. So they never released any more games, despite the fact that people wanted more Sands of Time. And then 2 years ago, they released Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown, which I love. It is so
good.
It's such a fun game. And even though, you know, cinematic platforming isn't really a big deal anymore, it's like every platformer is like that. They still managed to make it so that the movement, the gameplay, the combat is just so fluid. It still has that soul. But Ubisoft, they didn't market the game. They just didn't care. And then they blamed the developers for it not selling. And they punished the developers for it not selling. And they split up the team. And then they went and made another Prince of Persia game. Called The Rogue Prince of Persia. And honestly, that one looks like arse. It really does. I don't know why the main character is purple. I don't know why he's purple.
Old vat of grape juice.
Yeah, he clearly he fell into a vat of grape juice. It's like the origin story for the Joker, but it's a Prince of Persia apparently. Yeah. I think that Ubisoft have really dropped the ball with a series which is gaming royalty. A lot of people know about stuff like Legend of Zelda, Super Mario Bros, Donkey Kong, Pac-Man, Space Invaders. These are what I would consider gaming royalty. And Prince of Persia is among them. I don't think a game needs to be popular, like modern popular, for it to be royalty. And I think that Prince of Persia is definitely gaming royalty. I think that games like Lemmings, The Settlers, those are games that demand respect. Because they are incredible games that did things that no one else was doing at a time that no one else knew that you could. And Ubisoft just shits all over them. Rayman is royalty. I agree. And Rayman Legends and Rayman Origins are amazing games.
Oh yeah, they just put a Rayman game on Switch online for N64.
Yeah, Rayman 64 or Rayman 2 or Rayman 3D, whichever version
I
you're...
think it's written on there as Rayman 2.
Yeah.
I'll have to look again. I put my Switch away.
It was called different things in different places. It was Rayman 3D on the 3DS. It was Rayman 2, The Great Escape, on PlayStation and some territories. But it was Rayman 64 in other territories. But yeah, that's basically where I'm at with Prince of Persia. I feel like it's I feel like the series deserves better, and I feel like Ubisoft are dropping the ball left, right, and center. And if they were dropping the ball with their own franchises, that's fine, you know, at the end of the day. But you are conservators. You are custodians. You are preservers of this series that has come into your care. And they've ruined it. Or they are actively ruining it by taking people that care about the series and then saying you're not doing good enough, and then swapping them out for someone else who clearly doesn't care about the series. Because the Rogue Prince it doesn't look good at all, honestly. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, as someone who has played Prince of Persia since the first game, the Rogue Prince does not look good. It's been sad to watch Ubisoft's past few years, yeah. But that, again, this is just my opinion. This is just my thoughts. I love, there are many games, there are many series that I prefer over Prince of Persia. But Prince of Persia is something that is a series that has a lot of respect from me. And clearly zero from Ubisoft. So it does upset me greatly when a classic is just being massacred for the almighty dollar. It's just sad. But, yeah, $10 for 4 amazing games. Well, okay, not all amazing games. 4 good games, right?
Wait, 4?
Prince of Persia is Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time is phenomenal. It genuinely does stand among modern day games as still being an excellent game. But the others, you know, your mileage may vary. But 4 games for $10. Yeah, 4.
Is it a bundle?
Yeah, it's a bundle.
Oh, okay, hold on. I'm doing this wrong then.
Prince of Persia bundle on GOG, it's like I said, Prince of Persia, the reboot, Sands of Time, Two Thrones, and Warrior Within.
Oh.
Get them, play them. It's $10.
Yep, okay,
I'll
dumb.
buy them
I was
for
adding
you.
them individually to my cart.
I'm not making this promise to everyone who's in the chat right now, but you know, if you're having trouble, if you're like, maybe, I'll buy it for you, okay? It's $10. I don't care. It's fine.
Yeah, like it's 80% off.
Yeah.
Now, as I said, I was dumb. I was adding them into my cart individually, and I didn't realize Prince of Persia Reboot was part of that.
Yeah. Do you remember when Ubisoft decided to add pay-to-win microtransactions in a single-player game? Because I sure do. Amazing stuff. Immortals Phoenix Rising deserved better. It did. To be fair, I do think Phoenix Rising deserved better, but even from the beginning, they were just trying to copy Breath of the Wild. Like, they were like, oh, we can do Breath of the Wild, but we can do it better. And then, you know, executives got involved. I do think it could have been something else, though. Honestly, I think Phoenix Rising could have been really good. Sadly, it was mistreated. Yeah. Alright, Stylish. No worries, bro. You have a good rest of your day, rest of your evening, whatever you're doing right now. Hope you have a good one, and we'll see you next time.
Have a good now.
Have a good now. Have a good time zone.
The thing about Phoenix Rising, though, Immortals Phoenix Rising, is my attitude towards it was actually exactly the same as that little town hero we talked about earlier.
Oh, yeah.
That the game did not look bad, but there wasn't a single thing about it that made me go, oh, I need this, or oh, I really want to play that.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yeah.
And maybe that does come down entirely to the marketing. But what I did see when there were the trailers or where there were screenshots, all like the little accolades explaining like, oh, this is what's so cool about this game, I went, okay, I've been there and done that.
Yeah.
What are you offering me that is different and or what is an enhancement on that kind of experience? Tell me why I want more of this.
Yeah. I think for me, Phoenix Rising kind of looked like a Kid Icarus spiritual successor. Like, it could have been. It could have absolutely been like a spiritual successor to Kid Icarus. But, yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I liked Kid Icarus Uprising. Kid Icarus Uprising was a great game, but it was an on-rail shooter. That's not what Kid Icarus was. So, doing like an adventure game in that style, I've wanted a Kid Icarus adventure game like on the sort of scale of Breath of the Wild for a long time, and so Phoenix Rising definitely looked like it could be that, but it was definitely one of those. What would we call them? Like, there was nothing about it that looked bad, but at the same, like you say, you know, it was just one of those games that didn't necessarily do anything to stand out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, if you're marketing that game, you know, even just as fairly as any other game,
Yep.
then maybe there's going to be somebody out there who hasn't played that sort of game before, who's going to go, oh, that looks really good.
Oh,
I'll
absolutely.
give that a shot. But yeah, unfortunately, at least for me, there was just no reason for me to pick it up.
Yeah.
And it came back to that whole thing of, well, I have to put my trust that my time and my money, both of which I'm very short on,
Yeah.
into something that's going to cost me a lot in both those things, because it's not a small investment, it's going to be a big investment.
And that was
or
actually
it's
a
gonna be
very
a
tough
waste.
time for us as well. When that
Yeah.
game released, it was a tough time for us. We didn't have a lot of
Immortal
money.
Phoenix Rising.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's right.
like me having to weigh up those options of like, it's just kind of there. Like, it didn't look terrible. I don't want to shit on the game and
No,
say,
no.
oh, well, this bad, that's why no one played it. No, it's just either people didn't know a dang thing about it, or it was just sometimes you have to do better than just okay.
Yeah. And I think it came, one of the other things as well is it came out around about the time where there was a lot of games that were also kind of trying to copy Breath of the Wild. That's not just something that I would say for Phoenix Rising, because I think it was true for Genshin Impact as well. You know, a lot of people said, oh, Genshin Impact is just a Legend of Zelda ripoff. And you know, I played a bit of Genshin. It's not really a Zelda ripoff. There's some similarities, like the art style looks like Miyazaki, but then again, okay, it looks like a Studio Ghibli. Yeah, that means Nintendo copied Studio Ghibli. You can't turn around and say, oh, well, this game looks like Studio Ghibli and Breath of the Wild looks like Studio Ghibli, therefore this game ripped off Legend of Zelda. It doesn't work like that. They're both ripping off Studio
Kuni
Ghibli.
looks more like a Studio Ghibli.
Yeah. Well, actually, there's a good point. There we go. Breath of the Wild was ripping off Ni no Kuni. Obviously, it's not just about visuals. It's about what was going on as well. And I think the way that they advertised Phoenix Rising and the way that they advertised Genshin Impact and so many other games, like there's another one, I think it's called Oceanhorn, was another one, which was more of an indie title. They were trying to do like Zelda, but they were trying to ape Breath of the Wild, but taken in kind of a different direction. Oceanhorn was more of like a survival thing as well, than Breath of the Wild or Genshin or Phoenix Rising. But they all got labeled with the same, you know, same tarred with the same brush. You know, this is, oh, it's just a Breath of the Wild clone. And I don't think that was fair. I think they were definitely doing other things. They were doing different things. They were taking similar themes, but taking them in a different direction. And yeah, I wish that Phoenix Rising had done better, honestly. I think it probably could have done better if they didn't chase the pay-to-win stuff. Like,
Which
that's
just
a
seems
major...
like such a silly thing to do.
Oh, yeah. Why do you need pay-to-win in a bloody single-player game? For goodness sake. What is the point of that? Do you really think you're gonna make money? I'm okay with cosmetics, because those are... I mean, technically everything is optional, but, like, I'm okay with cosmetics, because if you want to buy a cosmetic for your character, oh well, you bought a cosmetic for your character. That's fine. I've done it myself. I used to play Azur Lane a lot. And I've spent money on it. But you know what? The way I see it, the game was free, and the game was substantial. Like, there was a lot of game there for Azur Lane, you know? And that kept me going for years. So when I occasionally spent money and bought skins for my favorite ships, I just felt like I was paying for the game.
Yep, supporting the devs for a game that you've otherwise paid nothing for up to that point.
Absolutely.
I mean, like,
so
I
I'm
bought
fine
a
with
couple
that.
of costumes last year.
I'm not
sorry
fine
about
with
that.
pay to win.
Exactly.
I'm especially not fine with pay to win in a multiplayer game. But single player just strikes me as insulting, you know? In a multiplayer game, you can kind of see what they're going for. You know, pay us a little bit extra and you can get a boost when fighting other players or playing against or with other players. You get a little bit of a bonus. You know, I can kind of see it. It kind of appeals to people's greed. But putting pay to win in a single player game, the only thing it appeals to is people's stupidity. People's gullibility.
Yeah, surely you're there to play the game.
Exactly. Pay to win in a single player game, skulls. Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly right. I think I would have loved to have seen... Oh, do you know another... here we go. Here's another franchise that Ubisoft killed. Battle for Atlas.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Rayman.
Oh, no, we've already talked about Rayman. They didn't really kill Rayman. Oh, they kind of did. They semi killed Rayman. Rabbids were far more profitable. Battle for Atlas. Starlink. I remember when that was on Kickstarter. And it looked like such a good idea. A friend of ours was like, hey, Nate, look at this. Look at this. And he showed it to me. And I'm like, oh my goodness. That is so cool. The idea of putting ships together and putting different guns on them, different wings, different, you know, front ends, different back ends, and different pilots, and then being able to toys to life, you know, that sort of thing. I was like, that is so cool. That is excellent. I want to play that game. I want to collect all the toys. I want all of the starships. And then Ubisoft bought them. And don't get me wrong, it was a good game. It really was. And it sold a lot. It really did. But it didn't sell enough for Ubisoft. And so that franchise was canned.
Ugh.
They really, they had such high sales expectations on a brand new IP that it made millions of dollars. And it still wasn't enough. The one with the Star Fox collab, that's right, yeah. considering Nintendo hadn't been doing particularly good with Star Fox up until that point, I looked at it as a new Star Fox game, and I thought it was fun. I really enjoyed it. I have a bunch of the toys. I have a bunch of the characters. I really enjoyed it. I still, every now and again, I find myself picking up a controller and going, what the hell is this? And it's the controller for Starlink. And then I just take another look at it and go, oh, right, yeah, it's that. Right, okay. And I put it away again. But I don't really put it anywhere. It's not like put away. It's just like on top of a bunch of stuff. So in a couple of weeks' time, I'm going to find it. I'm going to look at it and go, what the hell is this from? Oh, yeah, it's that. And this is going to continue on until the day I die. Because that's... Because that would mean me actually having to deal with it. I love how I have both Starlink and Immortals, and I finished neither game. Starlink had also had super funny, bad Dutch voice acting, where they hired random YouTube influencers to do the characters. Oh, wow, okay.
Oh, boy.
I didn't know that. That's really interesting.
I mean, look, that's worked out for some YouTubers.
That's cool. That's a cool idea. I can see why they would go for something like that. But, of course, you need to actually know how to voice act. That's,
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see what they're going for. I mean, other indie games have done the same thing. You know, Yooka-Laylee had JonTron in it. There's a couple of games with Markiplier in it now. There's even, what's his name? Matt Pat was in the Five Nights at Freddy's movie. There's lots of people that they use, their influencers, to...
Hat in Time had Youngtown.
Oh, it did? Yeah, that's right. Hat in Time had Youngtown in it. That's right.
And he was really good in it.
Yeah.
Like, he became that character really well, so... That was good. That was funny man on the internet who makes music. Did some voice acting and it went well.
I would love to do voice acting for a video game one day. And
you can
again,
do many voices.
Yeah, I was going to say, one of the other things as well is, like, I don't really toot my horn for anything. Though I will toot my horn that I am good at Splatoon, and I will toot my horn that I think I'm pretty good when it comes to voice acting. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll be noticed, and I'll get to play a character in Legend of Zelda when they finally, do some more Zelda with voice acting. Who knows? One day, perhaps. That'd be fun. Can you imagine you just going through and then suddenly you hear, oh! And that's actually me. You know, it doesn't sound like me. You'd never know it was me, but it's me going, oh! Ah!
The good thing about a lot of voice acting for video games is you would often do these things in short bursts.
Yeah.
So it would also mean you'd have a chance to reconfigure and stay consistent with the accents.
Can they do a remake of Wind Waker so I can be the fish?
Oh, that'd be so funny.
I want to, if I could do voice acting, I want to be the fish in Wind Waker.
Oh, hi, small fry. There it is.
Man, that was so... everyone loved the fish in Wind Waker. Everyone commented on that when I was streaming it.
Everybody commented on the fish.
Everyone loved me when I did the fish.
I think this is one of those ones that Pat really loved. Was you doing Beetle? Just had him in hysterics.
Oh yeah, because I was. The way I do Beetle is I do him like he's one of the Beatles, because he looks like a beetle. He's got the same haircut. So even though Beetle has got this like high pitched voice of yeah, and stuff like that, I don't do him like. I always do him like this because I'm Beetle. And I'm a beetle. And
it is so much more interesting that way.
Yeah, and like... yeah, Pat loved that, yeah. But yeah, no, when I was doing Wind Waker, this was still while I was on Twitch, we would have people coming through just like, oh my goodness, I love the way you do the fish. And that was it. They would, like, I would never see them again. They would come in, comment that they loved my voice acting for the fish, and then they would leave. And I would love to do the fish. If they ever did a fully voice-acted version of Wind Waker, I want to be the fish.
I think the other side of it is it wasn't just that you did a great voice for that fish, it's that you ad-libbed every single encounter.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, there was
It always began with ahoy small fry, but then you just sort of went off script.
Ahoy small fry. Yes, yes, I heard.
You did him drunk once.
Yeah. Ahoy small fry. Yeah, oh, yes, I heard. I just love the fish. I think he's got a really cool design. He looks so weird and blocky, and I love him. He's brilliant.
There's been a few good fish characters.
Can you later send me a link on Discord for the fish video? Dude, I don't actually have them up at the moment. You remember I said earlier that there are things that I might be doing in the future? Re-releasing some of my Zelda streams is on that list of things that may be happening in the future. So we'll see what I do. But yeah, it was wild to just get so many positive comments about the voice acting in that.
It helps that you can be very entertaining for a lot of the voice acting, because not everybody is brave enough to try when playing a game.
Yeah,
Especially if it's got partial voice acting, so you've already been given an idea of how they're supposed to sound.
Yeah.
Like, take Beetle as just an example. Like, at least in certain games, you can hear a little bit of his voice to get an idea of, oh, this is what you're supposed to imagine he sounds like.
Yeah, yeah.
And then you just did your own thing.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I completely understand that. So that like I wouldn't say that that's like a bad thing for other people,
no,
like, because, you know, confidence is one thing, but also you know, if it goes wrong, it goes very wrong. So I can understand why people wouldn't want to risk it. So this isn't like a criticism of other people, but I do like it when people do their own voice acting and stuff like that. I think it really elevates the experience. And so I try to do it, even if, you know, some people would say I'm not very good at some voices, and that's fine. You should go back and listen to me playing Final Fantasy VII and the terrible accent that I had on Sid.
Yeah.
I was not hitting that. I was going for Southern. I was going for Texan. I was not hitting that.
And you've done it before, so I don't know what happened. But...
yeah, I don't know. It just didn't hit. I couldn't hold the accent. And, you know, it kind of... I don't usually do Scottish accents. Scottish accents are a little bit harder for me to do because I always end up talking in Irish. You know, and I think I've been getting better with Scottish accents since playing Xenoblade Chronicles 2, but I'm still not good at it. And like that one time, that one character, I just couldn't hold a Scottish accent, and it just kept drifting into Irish. And eventually I just gave up, you know? I think if people were not confident with doing accents and doing voices, if they try, they can mess it up. And if they do mess it up, and I think that people should try anyway, I do think that people should practice, but I think the more times that you mess up, the more that you are going to feel self-conscious about it. And that's where you just have to break through it. You just gotta try. And keep trying till it works. because otherwise you're not going to. You know, it's never going to work because you got to practice those things.
I also think that for some sorry, go on.
No, you go first.
I was going to say, I think that this is also just going to be just straight up. For some people, it's going to be harder.
Yes.
Depending on the kind of voice they have.
Also depending upon your accent, because some accents are not conducive to making up to mimicking other accents.
Yeah, some people already have enough, like they have a range they can hit. So, for example, actually Vandem from Xenoblade Chronicles 2, so that was actually a really good Australian accent.
Yeah.
Considering the actor is actually English.
I think it's easier for English people to do an Australian accent than it is for Americans.
By some margin, I would say probably, just because a lot of Americans are shit terrible at it.
No. Well, I think it's accent based, because, like in the UK, the UK is the origin of the Australian accent. And the UK is also the origin of many American accents. But it's diverged in two different directions from the same origin point. So, a British person can do an American accent, and a British person can do an Australian accent. But an Australian might not necessarily be able to do an American accent, and vice versa. And I've also heard so many Americans doing a very, very strange impression of what they think an English accent sounds like. And it's like, what is that? Where do you think you are?
It just sounds like a posh American.
Yeah, it just sounds like a posh American. It's like, that's not an English accent. Wait, what are you on about? Where do you think you are right now?
They realize there's more than one accent in England.
Yeah, that's the other thing, yeah. Is that there's multiple accents in the UK. And I have always said that the only type of Scottish accent that I've ever been able to do sounds a bit like Billy Connolly having sex with Shrek. It's like, oh, I don't get...
And related, because Colt's saying he doesn't know much of the difference between Irish and Scottish. The thing is, that's really common unless you are surrounded by those accents on a regular basis. You have to stop and you have to really listen.
So, okay, let me do two back-to-back for you. So, there's my my Scottish accent. It's not a very good one, but it's kind of there. The Irish accent, for me, this is a very Southern Irish... No, actually, this is more like a Dublin kind of accent. This is Northern Ireland. And then you got to Southern Ireland. You know, the Southern Ireland, a little bit more lyrical in the way that they speak, you know? And, because I always... The story that I love to tell with Irish accents tends to be my father's one. My father went to Ireland and he stopped on the side of the road and he said, "Excuse me." "Ah, yes, so what would you like, sir?" Could you tell me what's the quickest way from Shannon, because that's where they were. What's the quickest way from here to Limerick? And he goes, "Oh, are you walking or are you driving?" And he said, "I'm driving." "Yes, that'll be the quickest way." I'm like, yep. That's real. That's a real thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Or a friend of mine, his father went to Ireland for a time, and he was like, he was listening to like people were in the bar were like singing along to this song, and he was saying, "Oh, I recognize this," and the bartender was like, "Oh, you know it, do you?" He's like, No, I've heard it a few times. I really like it, but I don't know the words. "Ah, don't worry. If you don't know the words, just sing along." That's kind of the problem.
Yeah.
If you don't know the words, just sing along.
Maybe that means like make up your own lyrics or just go hard on the la la la.
Yeah, I mean we got some Welshisms is what we call them. Like we have to reiterate the same word no, we have to reiterate the same thing with a different word in the same sentence, right? So for example, the big one that you know, whose coat's that jacket? That's a Welshism.
Yep.
Whose coat's
Yep.
that jacket? Or, I'll be there now in just a minute.
I'll do it now in a minute.
I'll do it now in just a minute. Yeah.
I've heard a bunch of your lot doing that.
Oh, this is another one. This one's true, but obviously it's not. This is one that my father used to point out because my mother used to say it all the time. Is that closed door shut? Right? And that means something, right? Because
I'm
the
sure
door
it does.
The door can be closed without it being shut. So if you got a closed door,
Right.
it's like it's closed, but it's not on the latch. And if it's shut, it's on the latch. So you ask a question, is that closed door shut? It means, have you clicked it? Have you pushed it till it went click? Or is it just closed? It's like the difference between, you know, you can close an envelope without licking it. But a shut envelope would be a licked one.
Yep, okay, I'm following the logic.
Yeah? So, my mother used to say this all the time. Is that closed or shut? Mama gonna asks like that too? Alright, cool. So it's not just a... but then again, like... It depends where you are. You might have had some Welsh influence too. It's not just a Welsh thing, I don't think. But, like, we refer to them as Welshisms, and the English make fun of us all the time because of them. And, you know, fair. Anyway, what I was going to say 10 minutes ago was, unfortunately, despite the fact that I said we were going to be finishing at 10 p.m., it has reached 11 p.m., and that means we definitely now need to bring this stream to an end. So, I hope you've had some fun. I hope you've enjoyed these conversations. And I hope that you will come back for even more in the future. I'm going to pull up... This was the reason why I was going to do this. Can I do this? Can I get rid of you? Oops, I got rid of me too. What? Wait. There we go. All right. Oh, you're Mexican. She only speaks Spanish, so yeah, no, maybe not then. Alrighty. So I need to bring up the schedule, and we're going to rewrite the schedule very, very quickly for what we're going to be doing next week. So just give me a second. Turn on studio mode. Let's see now. Okay, so on Monday, we're going to be playing Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate. So we got that happening. That's going to be our Monday stream. So if you want to play some Monster Hunter Generations with us, please do come along to that one. Tuesday is going to be Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Wednesday is going to be Prince of Persia. Thursday is going to be Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Friday is going to be Legend of Zelda. And Saturday will be... Xenoblade Chronicles 2. Alright, because we've kind of missed doing 3 streams of Xenoblade Chronicles 2 for 2 weeks now. This isn't going well.
No, so, we need to crack on with it.
So we need to crack on with it, yeah, definitely. So, yeah, that's what we got coming next week. There won't be a stream on Sunday. If I just turn that off. One thing I do need to change the... Oh, hang on. Something else I need to change. I need to change the date. What's the date for next week? 26th.
So it begins the 26th through to the 1st.
1st of February. There you go. 26th of the 1st. Excellent. Alrighty. So that's what the schedule is going to look like next week. Today was Community Hangout. So you can see now at the bottom, I've actually, edited this. So that was today's Community Hangout that we've done. The next piece of news for events is going to be that the first week of February is going to be a bit of a wonky week. So it's not really an event, but just know that we might only be streaming like 2 or 3 times that week. I'm not really sure. I need to go and see my dentist. We're going to be doing something for Kiko's birthday. And there's some other things that we need to do that week as well. So I'm not going to take the whole week off. I don't want to waste an entire week. But we probably will have a really cut down week for the first week of February. So that is in 2 weeks' time. From the 2nd to the 8th. After that, we might do a Valentine's Day special. I'm kind of semi-considering that one. And then... we'll add more to this list as time goes on. But that is everything for this evening. Can I disappear and bring Kiko back in? Because you've seen the schedule now. There you are.
Hello.
Probably hide the schedule too. There you go. I need to find a more elegant solution to this so that you guys can see the schedule with both of us on screen. Otherwise, or at very least, some kind of a solution where we can swap back and forth a bit easier. Alrighty. So, that is going to be the end for this evening. If you've enjoyed tonight's stream, please do consider leaving a thumbs up to let YouTube know that you liked it. If you want to see more, hit the subscribe button. Maybe hit the bell as well to be notified when I am next going live. Usually it's going to be 6 p.m. Australian Eastern Standard Time. We're currently doing 6 days a week. So there's always going to be something for you to watch. So please do consider subscribing. We're aiming for 1,000. I mean, we're aiming for more than that, but 1,000 is next, okay? So we're aiming for 1,000.
1,000 is the next milestone.
Yeah. So if you want to help us get to that amount, the best way to do it, honestly, is to just like, subscribe, leave a comment at the end of the stream. That would also really help to push us in the algorithm. And we want to grow this community, we want to get bigger. But not necessarily just for us, but to be able to play games with all of you guys as well. So if that interests you at all, you know where the subscribe button is, you know where the like button is, you know where to comment. And, yeah, with all that, be good to yourselves, be excellent to each other, play more video games, and until I see you, I wish you all peace, love, and high scores. Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.